You're good. Discord's muted right now too. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Who? Me? Damn it. Haha, fool all them. Haha. I thought I changed that last time too. Yeah. Okay, that should be fixed. No, you don't have to, but whatever you want. Maybe I should shrink it down to 2 in here. I felt like I made that awkward. Hey, Dragon. We're going to be going live on Twitch here in a minute. How you doing? Good. Good so far. How about you?
Connected to Channel Theo. John says Neovamisfist says.
New.
Translated from Malay.
Biff Booty B7H30 Outshake.
Translated from French.
Broken promises, oh, they just haunt me. I'm locked inside, these feelings can't be free. We were happy, maybe that was just me. All I can remember is how you promised me. You said that you'll be here, but why I'm here alone? I wasted everything, now I got nothing. And now I'm here wishing for a time machine. Time machine. Take me back.
Open up the audios now. In the stream.
Meet on that rainy day. Would we have
Morning, Dooku. Morning, Spectre.
this
Let's pull Tagore over now.
Just tell me why. Just tell me why.
What is this Discord?
Well.
Broken promise.
Look who it is.
I know, right?
Why I'm here alone. I wasted everything. Now I got nothing. Oh, time is all I have, but you took it again. Now I'm here.
How's the temperature up there?
Time machine, time machine. Ooh, I need a time machine. Something I can rewind all these scenes. Take them out from my memory.
Madam
What
Fabulous
channel
says,
line are we in?
Jawline inspection. Turn left and right PLS. Face with monocle.
I cheat. I trim my beard so I have a larger jawline. Twitch Live.
We're out here hacking the planet. I guess we can
There we go.
kind of review what we've
You're
done
bad
so
at
far.
cheating.
and
You don't
then
have an
start
even
getting
line.
into like a deployment that can use LDAP.
Okay. Oh, that did. What? I was almost there. There's Tagora. I don't use your new screen name. I keep using Tagora.
It's okay.
John says Neovamisbist says,
I go by either. I
Streaming
typically
someone
use
else
like
doing your
Tagora
work.
for gaming, so whenever I started doing hacker things, I started like changing up the
The
things that I
persona.
go by, but it's fine.
I just want to make sure that your username is coming through. And it is. Sweet. Okay.
Arjiku says,
As HTTP is hack the planet, HTTPS is hack the planet safely.
I'll look into that, Dooku. Okay. We are going to go through, and Tagore helped me set up Windows Server on my Proxmox server. And he's going to help me go through and add some more features to it. And I think we landed on Splunk. So that's what we're going through. That's the process that we're going through right now.
Yeah, so I guess to get started, let's like RDP into your DCO one,
Mhm.
and let's just kind of like go through what we've set up so far, and we'll just kind of talk through some of the networking components, just to give people a better understanding of, I guess, like some of the problems that we were trying to solve.
Okay.
Low grade problems, but one of the reasons why we set up domain controllers for centralized management is to solve problems exactly like this. So like a networking problem is you don't
Loaf
want to
says,
have to remember
Most
IP
sysadmin
addresses if you're
stuff.
on a
Let's go.
like a corporate network, and so you prefer to refer to things by a host name instead. And so we set up DNS in order to link things together. And so
Yes, Daddy.
if you're not familiar at the sort of like most fundamental level in networking, there are these layers and they used to call it the OSI model, but we can extrapolate to TCP/IP, like 4 or 5 layer model. The first layer of that model has to do with like physical stuff, and the physical stuff can be stuff in the physical world used to connect devices together so that signal can travel over. And so those physical things can be like light or radio waves or electrical signals over copper cables, that sort of thing. And these things get interfaced at typically like switch ports, and that's where the interface switches from like layer 1 to layer 2.
John says
Sometimes that can
Neovimus
involve a
says,
transceiver
Theo
to
should know
switch
our
over the physical media from whatever it is to something that the switch can interface with. So like if a switch typically interfaces with electrical signals, then you'll need a transceiver to transceive or to translate light signal into electrical signal. And then that'll allow like that next layer to start communicating. So questions over layer 1. Let's kind of start there. Like the concept of just hooking up physical stuff into switches should be a fairly simple one, right?
Yep.
You just need a way to connect, a connector, and sometimes a way to translate the type of thing that's coming in. And then once it hits the switch, it hits a physical interface, and those are typically referred to as interfaces according to like whatever speed they are. You'll see like gigabit interface or 10 gig interface or 25 gig interface
Oh, okay.
when you log
Biff
into
Booty
it and administrate
B7H30
switches.
B7H30 giggle.
And those are just like connectivity points. And so there's the first layer of like tables that you'll see when it comes to networking is a table that involves just the stuff that's getting hooked up to the switch and what interface it's on, and then the MAC address. And so the typical command to show this if you log into a switch is like show MAC address tables, I think.
Okay.
And I think that's just like a printout of what switch interface things are on and what MAC address is held on that switch interface. Because
And these
if you
are
think about switches,
commands
these
and
are-
like stuff that you would run on the switch itself.
yeah.
Okay,
Whenever you
alright.
have managed switches, this is typically what you do to show the MAC addresses and where they're hooked up.
Okay.
And so switches are a good contrast point when you're thinking about switching is the old version of the switch, which is the hub. So like back in the 90s, we used to have these things called hubs, and hubs are just like electricity comes in, electricity goes out. It's dumb. It has no
Cybert
way
50
to
Pepe
filter
hack
out anything.
FR0XIEU.
Whatever signal comes in one port gets broadcast back out all other ports. And then when switches came along and started to become more prevalent, all that's happening on a switch is the switch is smart mapping the MAC address for a particular device to the interface it comes in on. That's step 1, right? And then step 2 is like all of the headers on TCP/IP packets tend to get tagged with source and destination MAC addresses. And so based on that, there's a sort of lookup table that's happening where, when a packet comes in, it says it's destination or destined for a particular MAC address. The switch looks up in its table, do I have that MAC address in my table? And if so, what port is it on? And then it sends it out. This is a sort of dramatic oversimplification because sometimes there are like multiple switches connected together, and maybe that MAC address isn't off of this switch, but it's another one.
Mhm.
And then it starts going along and traveling. But like to keep things simple, if you just have a small network with one switch, do I have this MAC address in my table and what interfaces it's on is a good enough explanation. There's also like the layer 2 to 3 transition point. So that table is called the ARP table, right? So you type ARP-A in the command line, you'll typically get a listing of all of the different MAC addresses that you've come across on your network. And that's typically a table that's linking together, should be IP addresses to MAC addresses. I think that's right. ARP-A. Yeah, so to give you all of the MAC addresses that are on your local net, your local subnet, and all of the MAC addresses that those things translate to. And this is all just to preface that, like, once we get up to the next layer, once we start resolving names to IP addresses and sending like TCP/IP or TCP/UDP and ICMP packets. Now we're talking about resolving names, and this is where we need a service layer. So the typical service port on a local area network that resolves DNS is port 53, and so your domain controller is serving up this DNS server on port 53, kind of listens on the network, right? And you specified this in your local computer as your primary DNS server. And in doing so, now you have it resolving all things that are situated within the painful.it domain, which is the domain you set up. You can have A records, you can have quad A records, and you can have things called C names. You can also have MX records and text records. Those are kind of beyond the scope, but just to kind of keep things simple, the A record is the IPv4 version of linking names to addresses. And so you've got DC01, CaliProx, Proxmox, and all of those things. If you were to like look at your command line and try to ping any of those names, they would resolve to the IP address. And they're resolving all the way down the chain that we just talked about, from the name down to the IP, from the IP to the MAC, from the MAC to the interface, and so on. Does that make sense?
It does. Yep.
Yeah, so I go through the sort of like long-winded
says
explanation because everybody kind of hand waves
0C:90:92.
around all this stuff.
Yep.
And that's kind of the intent of the
Translated from
OSI
Finnish.
model, or at least in any sort of like signal and communications model generally, is to standardize and create rules such that we can hand wave about it. We can just say, yeah, it's resolving the names, because that's what all of this does. Yeah, you can go down deeper into explanations. So, for example, like MAC addresses have two different components of them. Like they have the first half of the MAC address, that's the OUI, which is the organizationally unique identifier, which is like, you know, whoever makes the device or the interface typically has like a set of unique things that are assigned to them.
Okay.
And then the other half is just like a unique ID for the device itself. And those are all like what, base 16 on 2 digits or something like that.
Oh, okay. I got it.
So you have a total of like 255 times 3 available. I think that's the way it goes. It's been a while since I've done the math, but I think it's like 255 times 3, so it's almost... I'm just going to pull the calculator. 255 times 65,000 something. Yeah, it's almost 16 million. So every organization who like makes these, they get like 16 million unique IDs to assign within their OUI.
Wow.
And then once they exhaust that, then they can get another OUI, I guess. I guess that's how it goes. Get your Netgear that assigns like millions of unique devices or whatever.
Cool.
All right, so that's the kind of basic understanding. And so because you've got this set up, like you've got Whopper, Theobuntu, DC01, so because you've got your main machine bound to the domain controller as its primary DNS provider, you should be able to ping any one of those things and they should resolve. Like you can ping Theubuntu. And like we talked through the fact that depending on whether you're on the domain or not on the domain, you have to ping the FQDN or not, right? So
Right.
Like from the domain controller, for example, you could ping just CaliProx. And so is this command prompt is within the domain controller?
It is. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
You'd be able to king Paliprox there. But if you were to like minimize this and pivot over to your machine that you're not connected to the domain on, you'd probably have to ping FQDN.
so if we just try Caliprox here. Oh wait, this one is no. Wait, the reason why that worked is because we put Whopper on.
It's on the
Mono's
domain.
face
Yeah.
It's on the domain.
So it's
Greetings,
a
hackers.
domain joined object. So it's kind of hit or miss whether when you're not signed in
Hmm.
to a domain account, because you're signed into a local account right now, whether it'll actually resolve. But I guess it might be cached or something like that.
Okay.
So like if you do what is it, ipconfig /flush DNS on your command prompt that you just pinged from.
ipconfig wait, no, I missed it. / flush.
Yeah, /flush DNS.
And now try the same thing. Let me get you.
Yeah. Let's try to ping Caliprox after that. Still goes. Yeah, I guess it's just a peculiarity of domain joined objects. Since your computer is kind of like bound to the domain, you don't really have to worry too much about putting FQDNs, which is kind of nice.
Okay.
You can just point to Proxmox. You can point to Caliprox, whatever you want to do.
Nice. Okay.
And so this is all to solve like a basic problem where, you know, when we were talking about it, you were using IP addresses first to connect to different devices on your local area network. And I
Yep.
said, why are you doing that? You just set them in your Etsy hosts. And then you're like, oh, I set them in my Etsy hosts on like these 16 different computers. And I said, why are you doing that? You should use DNS.
Right.
And so domain controller is an easy way to set up DNS because it just like comes packaged within it. It also has the ability to like join objects to the domain and centralize user management.
Hmm.
So all that can happen as well.
And we did
We only
that.
had like one little problem, like while we were joining Proxmox to
Yeah.
server 2025, and that just has to do with I guess it's enforcement of SSL TLS, and so you can't do basic non-encrypted LDAP anymore because they're starting to like fully enforce
Madam
secure
Fabulous
LDAP,
says,
and I think
How's
that's
the
what's going on.
RSS lifestyle going? Straight shit.
So just kind of like adding more sort of requirements for your IT folks is we've got to now configure in server 2025 an explicit like LDAP secure configuration versus like plain text or whatever.
Hmm. Yeah, the RSS is going good, Madam Fabulous. Thank you.
Oh, you actually got that set up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, to the end of that.
And I it's, you noticed it's not running in another terminal like we had originally
hey
set
chat,
up.
Mutagount22 was banned. Thought you should know.
I set up a service under System D.
Monospace says,
That's the way.
Microsoft enforcing security best
can now do,
practices
like,
in
system
NADI
CTL
after only
status on
2
whatever.
decades.
Madam Fabulous says,
Oh, look at you, fancy boy.
There it is. Fresh RSS.service.
That idea sounds familiar.
I may have used ChatGPT a little bit. But I
You set
understand.
up a service just to run like basic PHP.
Yeah. But I understood.
Mono's
I
face says-
understand what's going on
No,
now more than.
you're a system D unit.
Okay.
Madam Fabulous says,
Yeah.
I see
okay.
you got Apache running too.
That's wild.
Proud of you, fam.
Apache. Oh yeah.
All right. The Ubuntu. What version of Ubuntu is that running?
So I may have had a little bit of trouble because I was trying to get everything to RDP. I was in the middle of using Proxmox and Spice to get to the terminal, to get the command line for Ubuntu. And I started down this path, and I mean, this is another. Is this XFCE?
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah. So I was running all kinds of commands and activating all kinds of shit. Like when I first started, I was understanding, and by the time I was having a hard time connecting to it, so I was SSHing to the command line at one time, and just working through the Proxmox terminal itself. It was ugly for a couple of days, but this is where I landed. I tried running the traditional Ubuntu desktop experience through RDP, and it was so slow. Now I don't know if that had something to do with my settings or it just is heavy for RDP. But again, this is where I landed.
Gotcha. All right.
Madam
so,
Fabulous says.
Stare.
yeah, let's. Do you mind if we just
002
SSH into
says,
that? Because we don't really need
Hi,
the
Theo,
desktop
Paul
for
as
what
well.
we're gonna do.
Into
Just
the
SSH into
Ubuntu.
Theo Ubuntu, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
I hate using a GUI when I'm working on Linux things.
Yep.
Hey, what's up, DJ002? How you doing?
That didn't work.
Interesting. That one's not resolving. It's probably the FQDN thing that I was talking about.
Mr. says.
So I
Fly through
can
and through.
ping it, but
Life the life.
I can't.
Live it cool.
what's your
SSH into it?
account on there? It's like cat Etsy password on there.
002 says.
THX I am good. What's about you?
B7H30 at SC Mods.
Yeah, but this is another problem that I think I had. Like when I log out and log back in, it has 7H30. So let's look at Etsy Pass.
Salat Wozel says.
XFCE. The Debian of desktop environments.
Mr. Hello, DJ Zero, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. Cypher, Monospace Manor.
7H3. Is that a 0 or no?
Oh yeah, I can't increase the font size on this either. Here's the B7H30.
Yeah, so that's the account you're going to use to log in.
Okay.
If you domain join it, you can just use that Brad account.
The Brad account on my
On the domain controller.
okay.
So let's start here. This is probably the easiest way to go. Let's start here.
Yeah.
Let's sudo apt install on, was it realmd and all the other stuff. You can start with just realmd.
Sudo apt install realmd.
Yeah. There's a couple other packages that are dependencies, but I think realmd should install those packages for you when it notices they're not installed.
Oh, we used realmd on Proxmox.
Yeah, there are two standard ways to do to join Linux machines to a domain. The one that I prefer is the realmd SSSD, but there's also what's called like Samba Windbind. which
Okay.
is a little bit more complicated to get set up. After you've done it a couple times, I imagine it's not complicated at all, but you know,
Okay.
there are 2 ways to do it. Let me just start there. All right, cool. So let's do the sudo realm join on painful.it. So sudo realm join painful.it, and then after that you're going to do tech capital U. And then after,
Okay, this is,
so you're going to do
hold on.
hit control C. We're going to tell it what user that you want to bind it with. So hit control C there.
I did. It's not taking it.
And just hit enter and it'll eventually error out after it installs those packages that it needs, like SSD tools.
Okay.
All right, so hit the up arrow. You should be able to hit up to get your previous command, and then space tech capital U.
Nice. I'm sharing my screen in Discord too. If there's a lag, I'm not sure which one you're looking at.
I'm looking at the stream, but I'll look at Discord in case there is lag.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me see.
Sudo realm join. Okay, so
Okay, so now you're going to enter Brad as the user, because Brad, from the perspective of your domain controller, is a domain administrator.
oh, that's right.
And so
Okay.
I think it was capital B Brad too. I don't
That's
know
right.
if it matters, but
Well, yeah, last
might
time
as
it
well
did.
avoid it.
Oh, I gotta turn down. Okay. Password is. I probably typed that wrong. Or the B is the problem, because that was correct.
Interesting. Well, we could always join it as the administrator because you have that password too.
Okay.
So if you hit the up arrow and just change it from Brad to administrator, and then this time just put the TAC VVV flag so we can get some verbose output. So it's getting DNS, that's good.
Trying to set computer password with Kerberos. Couldn't set password for account. Skmods. Message stream modified. ADCLI.
Encryption type not permitted.
That was-
Although-
Was that the error last time? For Proxmox?
Yeah, but this time it's going to be for like different reasons.
Okay.
So, I'll kind of explain this at a high level. So every Linux distro and version has encryption types that it supports, and those get specified in the configuration for that Linux operating system. Just kind of like hand wave at a high level here.
Okay.
And there can be a mismatch between what your Linux machine allows and what your Active Directory or Windows server permits. And that's when you get these kinds of errors. And say like, you know, what's the major error here? It's like could not generate something.
The encryption type's not permitted, and then couldn't set password
Yeah.
for computer account.
So the encryption types not permitted are the red flags for me. Like that seems to be like the most important error that it's spitting out to us, is that it's not permitting the encryption types that
Okay.
your Ubuntu machine is using, which is fine. You can work around it.
Okay.
It's not super important that we join this to the domain, because the eventual goal that we wanted to get to is I guess let's start by checking the ports and services that you've got going on here. 'Cause we want to set up Splunk, right? We're gonna do it within a Docker container just to make life easy.
Right.
So if you do like sudo ss tech tulpn and get a list of the available ports, or I guess the ports that are listening on the machine.
Loaf says,
Which Windows Server version is being run?
2025. Sudo ss
You might need tech tulpn.
tech TULP. And so it's right on my head. We are looking at putting Splunk on Theobuntu.
Yeah,
Okay.
unless you want to put it somewhere else, I don't care.
No, I mean, I don't.
I think it runs on like port 8443 and 9000 or something like that. I think it might be 8000. I forget what port Splunk runs on. It's a weird one.
You want me to check it real
But
quick?
none of those ports are taken, so it's not a problem.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and install like one of the major dependencies
Madam
that
Fabulous
you
says,
may or may not have on this box.
8088
Let's do
IRCS.
sudo apt
Translated from
install
Tagalog.
docker.
I feel like I have that. No, it's something else.
No installation candidates. It's okay, I got you. We're gonna have to modify your sources.
Don't you need to
here.
add the
I'm gonna link
GPG
some
for Docker?
documentation to you.
They fancy.
Copy link. All right. Now we're doing real IT work. So hit up that documentation and it should take you right down to step 1, set up the Docker's apt repository. Yeah, so that first block there where it has you do apt-get update, apt install, CA certificates, all that kind of stuff. We're gonna have to do that and then add Docker's repo to your repositories locally.
Oh.
Loaf says,
Okay.
Seems like there are reports of not being able to join to 2025 is a regression. An upcoming update may fix the problem.
What's cool about these command blocks from like documentation from vendors they're typically the kind of thing where you can copy the whole block and just send it all at once.
Oh, really? I've
Yeah.
tried that before and it got like, okay. So all I did was update.
Yeah, so you can grab the whole thing. In that top right hand corner, there's a copy.
Oh, I see it there.
Yeah, and you can just paste that whole thing. Should work. I'm gonna do things like one thing at a time. Okay, and you should have your repository updated from that. And so if you go down to the next step, step 2, install the Docker packages, you can copy that block and paste that. And since you added the repo, you should expect this to resolve now. All right, so first thing that we want to do is do a quick systemctl status on Docker before you do the verify command. So systemctl status Docker.
Enabled active.
Yep, enabled active running, cool. And so let's just pull down their hello world container and run it. So it's step 3 there on the left. Just copy that out. And this should pull down the Docker container for hello world, and it downloaded the latest image and it gave you a hello world statement.
Message indicates that your installation is working correctly. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a quick little verification step from them to say, like, here's an easy container to download, install, and run. All right, so now let's switch over from Docker's documentation to Splunk's documentation for installing their Docker container. So find that documentation real quick. Deploy and run Splunk Enterprise in a Docker container, doc Splunk. Alright. Do they have... Hold on. They don't have links on their page. Ugh. That's super annoying. I hate documentation where they don't have links within the page. Oh well. There's that documentation for you.
Deploy and run Splunk Enterprise inside a Docker container.
Yeah. So if you scroll down just a little bit, you see deploy Splunk Enterprise containers. So step 1, Docker pull. Go ahead and pull that out and copy paste it into your terminal.
QSIS.
Get ready for the PTSD with Splunk.
Does it have the copy thing on the right? I don't know.
I don't see it unless I blew it up and took care of it. No.
Oh, it may require all of these commands to be run as sudo, so I would just kind of like sudo tac I and go up to root.
Docker pull Splunk / Splunk latest.
Monospace says.
Splunk. The when you have more money than log entries.
El Regan is.
There you go.
Afternoon
Getting all the
all.
elements of the Splunk application downloaded to your computer. And so this downloads, I think it extracts from what should be just like a tarball. You can also tarball up containers and like transfer them around. So,
So much like
containers, just to kind of like give a concept of containers, they're kind of like VMs that aren't partitioned out to like resources, right? They run on top of the kernel that's already in place, and they are execution environments. They're to solve a particular like dependency problem when it comes to coding.
right.
That's why they call it an execution environment. Like it's got all the stuff inside to run an application, and also to run it in a way that let's say if you run multiple services on the same machine with overlapping dependencies, and then you update a dependency for one of the application, it doesn't break the other applications.
Mhm.
And so containers split off the execution environments so that you don't run into like dependency conflicts with application services.
No,
They're
Dockers
also,
have been
like, super easy to deploy.
okay. Dockers have been a source of just confusion for me. I mean, I've looked at these charts and I understand the underlying, like what they're accomplishing, but every time I look at it, it gets a little bit more clearer. This
So,
helps.
Let's start with the concept of a
Madam
VM. So like
Fabulous
whenever you
says-
set up a virtual
And then you
machine,
leave
you have
them
to do
running
a couple
forever,
of different
forget
things.
about
You have
them
to
and
name
make
the
footholds
machine,
for new
tell it
friends.
like what you want to be installed on it, and then critically you have to say like how many CPU cores, how much RAM, how much storage, all of that to run the virtual machine.
Mhm.
Is that so far so good, right?
Yep.
So containers, you didn't have to tell it how much RAM, how much CPU, how much storage to provide it, because what's happening with the Docker engine is it's running on top of your already existing kernel, and so it can expand to use the entire available CPU, RAM, and storage space that's allotted to that machine.
Okay.
And so it's more sort of like scalable to a degree.
Okay.
You can deploy like several different containers on the machine, same machine, and they're going to use the same resource space.
Okay.
The other critical component of containers is that they tend to be very lightweight, or at least they're supposed to be. They're getting a little heavier as time goes on, but they tend to be very lightweight.
That's what we used for the npm for Nginx on Proxmox, right? Was a container.
Yep.
Okay.
And this is like the easy way to kind of install stuff nowadays. Is like if you're gonna install a server application, like might as well do it in a container, because the company who built it out containerized it for you and put all the dependencies and everything in place, and they make version control and lifecycle management much easier to do containers.
Okay.
There are people who argue about this, but people who don't use containers just don't understand them, I think.
That tracks.
What I do is pull out the step 2 there and put it
Okay.
into a notepad, because you have to modify the password, but everything else looks to be the same. Doesn't like the fact that you wanted to load up a text editor.
No, it doesn't.
You got copy and paste between your Windows machine and this one. You can just load up Notepad if you want.
That's what I haven't. I feel like I fumble with that. Using or flipping between the RDP set. That was it. It finally opened
Finally
it.
loaded up.
1MIWQ. You got to help me out there. Thank you for the sub. Okay. Never mind.
Did not paste the right thing.
No, it didn't. Okay, there it
You
is.
just try to right click and copy that.
Yep.
Okay, so where it says Splunk password,
Yeah.
just modify that one.
One Mukes is.
Splunk password or
Nice
the
to meet you,
password?
Theo. Keep up the great
Splunk
work,
password
Swag.
equals everything within quotes, the small quotes there. And this isn't exposed to the internet, so you can put whatever password you want in that, and it's not going to matter. You can tear it down afterwards, or you can reset the password as you see fit. But
So
I gotta
I see
remember
on
it?
first
YouTube
login
says.
password.
What the best
Yeah,
way
just
to
for the
learn
first
Splunk
login,
for
because you can
newbie?
change it afterwards.
I'd say Swaraj from their localized environments on Splunk. If someone else has another suggestion, please say so. 1MIWQ. Nice to meet you. Also, thanks for calling me Theo. All right. So change Splunk password to just a generic password right now.
So now hit Control A and Control C to copy that.
And on the command line here then, right?
Yeah, you should be able to spin up that container now.
Okay, so that's what this is doing. It's saying Docker run. I forget what these flags are for. Okay.
Let me explain the elements of this. So there are different ways to run Docker containers. The standard way, once you get an application service up and running, is to run something called Docker Compose. And there's a Docker Compose.yaml file that has all of these configuration settings in them so that you can persist the settings. But if you're just running a container one time, just as a test like this, then Docker run is good enough. The TACD flag is to run in detached mode.
Okay.
If you don't put the TACD flag, you'll get a running log of the application service in the terminal.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're running it in detached mode because we can access the logs in a different way.
Okay.
TACP is to specify what port, and so you're specifying what port externally maps to what port internally.
Okay.
There's an internal port 8000 that maps to an internal port 8000.
Okay. Let me pause here because I've often been confused by this. So I mean 8000 and 8000. So one is definitely on the port for the virtual machine, and then the other one is for the port of the Docker container itself.
Yeah. So Docker. So I guess think of the container as its own instance of an OS.
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got the host that's running the container, and then the container itself.
Okay.
The left port is the host. The right port is the container.
Left port is the host. Right part is container. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and if you don't map a port, then like Docker containers will just be inaccessible. They've kind of got some built-in security to that degree. Like, you know, they don't expose ports to the host, and they don't expose ports unless explicitly told to do so.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so it may throw a error or not run.
It should run. So after you get to the last end of line, you should enter, and it should start to spin it up.
Oh, okay. And the rest are arguments for the container itself. License,
Yeah. So start
password,
args, yeah.
latest. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the very last thing is just like telling you what image that you want to use. So
Okay.
Splunk latest is the image that we're using. And so that line that it spit out to you there is a hash that it
Ajiku
created
says.
for that.
Oh, think you can still
container
access the
that's
ports,
running.
but using the container
And so
IP.
the next thing you want to do when you're running containers is just do a list of the containers. And so docker ps
PS.
tac a is the command that you would enter to list the running containers. It's just docker ps tac a.
And Loaf is probably losing their mind because we've done this exact PS TAC A. Okay.
Madam Fabulous
There you go.
says.
So you got a list of the
Tac A.
running containers. You've got one that's hello world that was exited some minutes ago. And then you've got one that was created 53 seconds ago. And so you see the exposed ports on there. It's got 8065, 8088, 8089. And then it's got at the very end 000. And I can't read the other part because it's cut off. I'm watching your stream. It should be
Yep.
8000 though.
Yep. 000 colon 8000 a dash greater than 8000 slash TCP. So is that the same
so-
convention host container?
So what that's basically saying is take anything on any IP that could be running on the host
Uh-huh.
and on port 8000 and map it to the container on port 8000.
Okay. Okay.
That's what that zero mask is. It's basically like a mask telling it like take in anything that hits port 8000.
Okay. And this there's another one next to it, bracket oh my gosh. Bracket, end bracket. That's the IPv6 version, right?
I think so. Yeah, I can't see it, but I think you're talking about IPv6.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think it is
yeah.
too. Okay.
So essentially, that just maps to localhost. Like colon in IPv6 is just
Is the same thing as any on IPv4 or localhost. Okay. And then at the very end, there is a musing _ cray, which is it's not the name. I forget what they call it, but it's another
What is the name?
identifier.
it is the name.
Oh, it is the
So,
name. Okay.
What Docker does by default, if you don't specify a name when you run the container, is it generates a random name for it. And the random name that it happened to generate for this one is musing _ cray.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so easy quick test. We can open a browser window within that Ubuntu machine and point to localhost port 8000.
No shit. Okay. Okay, let me real quick. We pull the latest Docker. And then we ran that Docker container, setting basic arguments. It generated a hash of the container instance, and then we looked at the containers that were running on the system with Docker ps tac a, and then it gave us information about it, but by then it was already running on our local host at port 8000. Okay.
Metric says.
So you may be
Wreck-It
wondering, how do
Ralph.
I access the back end of the container? Ooh. Let me show you how to do this, because this is also sort of like Docker administration basics. So
Okay.
before we log into the front end, let's type the following command. It's docker space exec space tech it, then the name of the container.
Okay.
So what is it? Something gray.
I'm using Cray. Yep.
Yep. And then space. And then we're going to call a shell. So /bin/bash.
No shit.
See your prompt change once you get into there.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess it uses some Ansible playbooks because the general user for the container is Ansible.
Ansible. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can kind of look around and see what's inside the container and see how Splunk is structured. I think by default it has things structured inside
Yay.
of opt.
Docker basics.
So if you cd
Congrats.
into opt,
Well, I'm sorry. What was that? Go to where?
cd into opt.
Ansible, container artifacts, Splunk etc.
Yeah, so you should have Splunk, which is the major folder that Splunk is drawing from. And I don't know about the container instance. It might be Splunk etc. Let's just look around and find out.
Splunk has license, README, bin, copyright, etc, lib.
Yeah, so this is where it has all the stuff. So if you were to do like an enterprise configuration, what I would probably do is I would do some volume mounts to map the host container to some outside
Dr. Wolf 03 says.
paths.
Yo
So
guys,
for
Active
example,
Directory
opt
box.
Splunk on the host, I would map them to opt Splunk inside the container. That way I could like start looking at and reconfiguring certain aspects of Splunk from the host itself.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
It
So
does a
essentially,
little bit. Yeah.
Just like you map the port, you
Yeah.
can map storage paths. And you can do
Symmetric
two types
says.
of mounting
Maybe
with
for me later.
Docker
Gotta set up in
containers.
DC later.
One type of mounting is called a volume mount, and the other type is called a bind mount. Either of them will work. The gist here is that you typically say on the host, I want this path to, followed by a colon, mount to this path inside the container. And so if you wanted opt Splunk outside the container to point to opt Splunk inside the container, you
Okay.
would set that either in your Docker run or your Docker compose.
Okay. Let me ask you a quick question to open up to, I think, get me caught up. So my initial assumption was that the Docker container was going to have storage for the service running in there also. That's not a correct assumption?
Yeah, there's storage running inside the container, but here's the interesting aspect of containers, right? Unless you have something persistent, containers are ephemeral. So the container image that you draw down is like locked in that state until you feed it some other stuff, right? And so this is the reason to
Ephemeral
do
means
those
short-lived.
volume mounts and bind
Equals.
mounts. Because when you do a volume mount, say for instance, the stuff that gets generated inside that Docker container gets fed out to a local path so that the next time you spin up the container, let's say if you have some configuration that you did in your Splunk instance, you'd want that to persist the next time you spun up Splunk. Or like, let's say you had to restart the server, right? You
Okay.
want those configurations to persist. And if you did not do any kind of volume mount or bind mount for those configurations, they're all ephemeral. They just go away because it'll default back to whatever the container was. A camera all of a sudden became your message stream, so you might want to switch back.
Oh, thanks. You caught me attempting to multitask. Okay. Another quick question then. How do I? Is there a correct assumption like, should I always assume that if I am using a Docker container that is going to require persistent storage? I don't know what I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to understand what the assumption is for Docker containers. Hold on real quick. I'm sorry. Hey.
I got scared by a
says,
spider. Can you help me?
Depends on the Docker container.
I know, I'm sorry. You're gonna make me say it again?
No, they heard you.
A MySQL container
I'm sorry, I
will
don't
likely
usually
have a
do
persistent
this because
storage
I know
aspect.
it just scared me and it's in its
I have
mouth.
a husbandly duty. I have to take care of we gotta go knock the shit out of a spider. Be right back.
It's in a towel and I'm not putting the towel out.
You should just step on it.
No, then I crawl my leg. Nope.
What are we good for if not to take care of the spiders?
What's the male equiv of that?
Yeah, true. There was all kinds of caveats to like containerization when talking about persistence of storage. But I like to start off when I'm teaching somebody about Docker for the first time, which is getting across the notion that you should expect containers to be ephemeral unless you specify otherwise. There are things that obviously break that rule, but you know, if you set the expectation that the configuration changes that you make to a Docker container will be temporary and go away, you prompt somebody to like think about what they're doing and
Ye trying to
do something
explain
else.
how Docker is both absolute trash and absolute gold is hard.
I haven't hit too many absolute trash explanations, but I'll have to get some understanding of what the
It all
absolute trash
revolves
component
around
of it
use
is.
case and shit.
So far, everything that I've configured in like small environments using Docker, like Docker Compose configurations, have been pretty good.
All right. Took care of that spider problem.
Yeah, I see a lot of novices tend to use Docker to feel like a real dev.
Oh yeah. If Docker gives you the misguided impression that like all of a sudden you're a dev
No,
now
nothing
because
says.
you can spin up a
Docker
Docker
is awesome.
container.
Metric says they'll spend hours in Docker
I'm an
Compose
infrastructure
rather
guy,
than
so
just
like
spin up a VPS
I
log.
don't do a whole lot of dev.
I guess that may be part of the reason why I haven't been using a lot of Docker, because I feel like it skips over a lot of, doesn't skip over, it just is a solution that has been made to like, well, it's a solution to get around the dependency, to help with the dependency problem. And because that it does a lot of things, it takes care of a lot of the basic things. And I guess I've been avoiding that because I don't feel like I don't want to. I'm trying to get a good basic understanding of basic concepts. I don't know.
Yeah, it all depends if you want to live in dependency hell or not.
Or it gives
well,
new devs
I
this
guess if
idea
you're
of they're
constantly
doing
connected
DevOps.
to the internet, you'll never
Docker
live in
is a
dependency
tool.
hell. But because I work in classified IT, I tend to go with these solutions that make my life easier.
Yeah.
So like using containerized solutions, package together all the dependencies so that I'm not like constantly shipping back and forth over a sneaker net. You know, the latest dependencies for XYZ, right? So I'll go out and I'll say, oh, I want to get Splunk. And now I have to get Splunk, but oh, Splunk depends on this. So I've got to go get that other package that Splunk depends on. And then the other package that I just got also depends on another package. And so on
Right.
and so forth.
Okay.
There are ways and commands to like resolve this thing for you. So like typically you'll use the apt or DNF/yum package manager to resolve all dependencies as I'm downloading them. And so that's kind of the way to get around the dependency hell thing. But you know, an easy solve for this is to just Docker. You can Docker pull, and then Docker save, and you can save container images as a tarball file, and then put the tarball file on disk, take them over the sneakernet, and then Docker load on the other side that tarball file.
Okay.
And so it makes things super easy to spin up application services. And then all of my configuration on the other side, like once I'm in a class environment, is just to set up
Pablo
that Docker
Eco
compose
says,
YAML.
Yes,
And you just
while it
follow
is tough to build for a
documentation, just
true
like we've
air
been doing
gap
so
up
far.
front,
It's like,
once you
hey,
get
the
in the groove,
documentation
it
says
makes
that I
it so
can
you
set up
can
my
build a
Docker YAML
consistent
like this.
environment anywhere,
And you just
including
kind of
true
follow
air gapped
what environment
environments.
variables the provider's documentation tells you to set up, and then you've got a good working application service.
Okay. Yep, Heplo. That sounds similar to what Tagora deals with. Okay.
The true air gap is just never have anything connected to the internet. It's easy.
Smetrix says. And once you get a solid air-gapped environment, you no longer rely on a cell phone / laptop / USB sticks.
Super easy for us. We can't have cell phones in the room.
There you go.
We typically have to have like some entry point for data transfers, but we have like stringent controls around data transferring, right? Like so.
Pablo Eco says.
There are very few
DTA?
individuals who are
Smetrix
cleared
says,
to do data transfers, maybe
can't
like
is a
1 or 2 per
manable
network.
word.
And then they
Mailable?
have to fill out some forms that say what they're transferring and where it came from, so source and version control. And then you have to do virus scans before and after you bring the thing on. And then it has to get stored in a particular place for logging and persistence. And then the other controls are like the Active Directory environment and GPO policies will set it so that only the computer that the DTO
Cyberworld
is working
SK on
from
YouTube says.
is a point of
Hey,
entry
how
for
are
data.
you?
Smetrix says. Is a GSM chip technically a cell phone?
All of that. Yeah, so that's what the back end of the container looks like. Let's see if we can log into the front end. We should be able to log into root with a password.
What's
I
it's
think
root?
It's either root or admin. What do you put in as the password? Is it just password?
Yeah, but it was admin password.
There we go. We're in there.
You should invest in a DAS keyboard. No legends on the keys.
You probably don't want to save that password because you're going to change it.
Oh, that's right. Tagora has one, I think. Did we just say DOS?
DOS keyword? Yeah.
John says Neovomispus says.
Are you winning?
Yeah, I've got the blacked out DOS keyword. It's been so good. It's because like all I have to do is ensure that my pointer finger is there's a little like notch at the bottom of the F key. And so as long as my pointer finger
The DOS Pro is
is
printing
hitting
on
that
the
notch,
keys.
and
The
also
DOS
like the
Ultimate
J
does
key
not.
has that same.
I have the original Ultimate.
And so all you have to do is feel those, and then you know your
Smetrix
hands are in the right
says,
position to start typing.
Home row
And then you-
indicators.
if you've ever learned touch typing in your life,
Hacksnap, how you doing?
That's what those notches are.
Oh, and to get back to your original points metrics, you're a tool. Continue.
tool.
Hack says.
All right, so
I am well.
the next step
How are
here
you
is
all?
to like
Smetrix says.
figure out how to
With enough
bind
Pornhub, you can
Splunk
one-hand
to
a
LDAP.
keyboard.
And let's see, there's got to be some configuration documentation within Splunk Enterprise on joining it to LDAP. So administer.
Rolling down the windows, let the sun shine through. Just cruising down the interstate.
Admin manual. Maybe this is it.
We could go wherever as long as I'm with you. Don't care what anyone will say. They say I'm crazy, I lost my mind. Packing my life up, leave it behind. But with you, baby, no, I'll be fine. So let's hit the road, oh, let's hit the road. Wherever you go, whenever it gets cold, I'm gonna follow whatever you do.
All right, configure LDAP with Splunk Web. So click Settings, Users, and Authentication methods. Yeah, underneath that you should see authentication methods down at the bottom of that. So click on Settings again.
Center
And you see
authentication
at
methods.
the very bottom.
Okay. All right. LDAP.
Check LDAP. Configure Splunk to use LDAP. So you click on that little link to the right of LDAP.
Oh.
And new LDAP.
Symmetric says. New LDAP.
LDAP strategy name. I think this can be anything. Enter a unique name for this strategy. Just call it Painful IT.
Now figure it all out with best guess. See how much works
Host
equals.
should be dc01.painful.it.
dc01.painful.it. Okay.
Yep. You don't have to specify a port since you're using default ports.
Okay.
Here we're going to use the bind DN. This is this distinguished name used to
01.
bind the
Know the
LDAP
padded
server's
zeros.
typical DN of an administrator with access. So similar to the admin DM that I sent you for binding Proxmox, it's that same bind DN line for administrator.
Okay.
So you'll find it in your Discord
Access.
messages back when we
Theo has
found
local DNS records
Proxmox,
now.
just under
When
the
did this happen?
image, the CN equals administrator.
So this is. So this bind domain DN is the.
Essentially, it's the
Oh. The
canonical
bind.
name path of
Yeah.
the authenticated user that's going to be binding.
Okay, I remember now. And now the password is one that we create here.
It's the password of that administrator user.
Oh, okay. Right, because we're connecting the domain controller.
Metric says.
User
I
settings.
feel like he's gonna set up an entire home lab
Alright,
with help
so
of all
user
these awesome
space
people and
DN.
have literally no clue what's
So
going on if
if you
something breaks.
RDP into your
Equals and no way
DCO1,
to
I'll show you
recover.
this one.
Someone who loves data backup and system management should show
Poof.
him how to close.
Okay. Help me out again. What'd you say?
Says.
Hi, long time
So
no
RDP
see.
into DCO1, and then I'm going to show you where the user base DN is and how,
All right.
how to snag
Symmetric
it.
says TTS off.
Okay. Here's RDP for the domain controller.
All right, so if you pull up Active Directory users and groups, you can minimize the command terminal. We don't need that right now. Pull up 80 users and groups. So let's start off by making sure you have advanced options available to you. So click on View and Advanced, then Active Directory users and computers. Advanced features. Yep. All right, now on the left-hand side, you see under users, so that's the default location of users. Typically, people don't use that, but because we're just demoing things out, we are using it.
Okay.
So right-click on users and go to properties. And you should see an attribute editor. Go ahead and click on attribute editor, and then here you see a distinguished name, right? So that's what DN means, the distinguished name.
Yeah.
So go ahead and copy that distinguished name because we're going to use that for
Low resizing that
where
window.
users are.
The bane of every MS admin.
Go ahead and copy that out, and then we're going to go to Splunk and paste that in.
The inability to simply resize that.
Okay, copied. And back to Ubuntu.
Honestly, we should have just connected to it from the domain controller. All right.
Sorry.
User base filter, you don't need it. So the user base filter is something that you would use if, let's say, within that user base DN, there was a separate group that you had specifically for administrating or logging into Splunk. So like if the department equals IT was something that you had to specify, then that user base filter would have an additional attribute that you would set there.
Okay.
Username attribute, the user attribute that contains the username. Note that this is attribute's value should be case insensitive. Set UID to most configurations in Active Directory. It's set to SAM account name. So you can just copy out SAM account name and paste it there. All right, real name attribute, the user attribute that contains the human readable name. So if you go back into attributes for, let's say, your user account in AD, I can show you this. Yeah, so cancel out of that and then go to your user account, Brad. Click under users and you should see Brad underneath users, and right click and go to properties under and then go to attribute editor there. There you go. Now you're going to look for the attribute which equals your full name. So it's CN in this case. So we're going to put CN as the attribute in Splunk.
All right.
Email attribute is not required,
Mm-mm.
so we'll skip it. Group mapping attribute not required. we'll skip it. Group base DN, the location of your LDAP groups, specify DN in the subtree, if necessary, specify DN, specify. Yeah, we're not doing any like crazy grouping, so let's see, group base DN. Should be in the same, because you're right now just using default groups, it should just be in the same base DN as users. That's where all your groups are. Yeah, you see all of those groups on the right hand side. They're basically like defined roles within Active Directory.
Okay.
Those are all your groups right now within Active Directory. So typically in like an actual corporate environment, those things would be there, but they wouldn't be used as the security groups for the environment. They would have like another location where they would specify the groups. Since we're just kind of demoing things out, you can still use the same attribute that you use for users to specify groups, because that's where your groups live. Yeah, there's a lot more segmenting that goes on, and this is not like what we're doing today is not at all like talking about secure configuration or best practices. We're just getting something going.
Okay. So what goes in here then?
Same path as user, because that's where your groups are.
Okay.
So up where you had the user base DN, so just copy that out and paste it in group base DN. The group attribute that contains the group name. So if you want to find this, similar to how we did Theo, you would highlight like domain admins, right click, go to properties, and look for the attribute that contains the group name. So under users there, click on domain admins, right click, go to properties, and then go to attribute editor. And then wherever you see domain admins, the attribute for that is CN. And so you're going to put CN in Splunk, because that's the group name.
Static attribute. Oh, sorry, static member attribute.
The group attribute whose values are the group members. Typical values are member UID. So if you pull back up domain admins, you can use that as a sort of templated example. So go to DC, look at domain admins again, and you're looking for the attribute which contains the group members. So just to start off, like look at the members at the top of this pane. So you see general members, member of. Yeah, so you see administrator and Theo are members. I thought you added. That's why we couldn't add Theo Ubuntu earlier with Brad. Brad's not in domain admins. Yeah, you don't want to modify that. So click on members, and let's just make Brad a domain admin. Or did you want to keep it separated like that? So Theo was your admin and Brad wasn't. Either way.
Let's keep it separate.
Okay. So just so you know, like you have to use Theo as your domain admin. So what you're looking for in the attribute editor to satisfy what's going on in Splunk is the attribute that has administrator and Theo listed. So if you go to attribute editor, look for the key that has administrator and Theo as its values. That looks like it.
Is it? Oh,
So member.
so it's member we're using. Okay.
Yep. So you go over here and you just type member. Unclick nested groups because I don't know what that does. Yeah, I can leave that. So we have specified all of the things that have an asterisk next to them. So that means we've specified all required attributes in order to bind to LDAP. So let's go ahead and click save. And let's see if it spits out any errors at us.
Successfully saved Painful IT. Successfully performed a bind to the LDAP server.
Excellent.
Jaren, I'm butchering your name. Am I a hacker or not? Please use hacker in quotes if you can refer to me.
Scare quotes.
And how are you doing today?
All right.
Okay.
So that was a thing that we did. So now we can log off and try to log back in as your domain user.
Okay, so we're gonna log out.
Should just be clicking your user account at the top and then log out. And this is either fully qualified or not. So let's try it without the fully qualified first.
Oh, up.
Just one of your domain user accounts. It can be Brad or Theo or whatever.
So fully qualified, you mean it would need theo.painful.it?
So it would be like theo@painful.it. But let's try the unfully qualified first because I think Splunk is just username password.
And this would be the password that I set up on the domain.
Yeah, for the Theo account. And if you don't remember it, hey, you're already in your domain controller, so reset your password.
Yeah. I don't remember it.
Cool. You got access to the domain controller. Go ahead and reset your password.
Wait, that's not it.
So that's the other account. Click cancel on that one. The Theo account's the one that you want. I'm gonna have to sort it there. There you go. So if you just right click on it,
That's right.
you can right click reset password. That's why I say Windows admins are a bunch of clickers. Some
Hackstat
of
is
them are good,
taking exception.
But most of them are just clickers. The good ones, you see them pull up PowerShell to do this shit.
Oh, no. User must log off and then log back in. Lock the user's
Account
account.
status is already unlocked, so you don't have to unlock it.
Oh, okay. Oh, one of those guys.
What is it? Password doesn't meet the complexity requirements.
Yeah.
Gonna have to set new GPOs.
Oh.
Yeah, Symmetrics has got it. You can change your complexity requirements if you're just setting up something like this to demo. But that's getting into GPO administration where we're not there yet.
I'm not there yet, so I have to deal with it here for a minute.
Jump into policy layer. Go straight to policy admin.
I see chat's covered up for me. I just see it like going off. So I can concentrate. There's no way I'll be able to concentrate on that. Okay, that's been reset.
Okay, so now you can go directly to Splunk
Jesus.
and then log in with Theo there. Paste in that password that you got. Okay, so if that didn't work, try the FQDN version of it. So at painful.it. Oh no. All right. There may be some permissioning that we have to do, so let's log
is
back
it-
in to Splunk as root.
Triple view. Okay.
Yeah, log back into Splunk as root. You
Oh,
may have to specify some like user permissions or enable certain users.
oh, it's admin.
Oh yeah, it's admin, not. Sorry, I'm a Linux admin. All right, so under settings here, I think it's under users. I think even though you bind things to LDAP, it just makes users available to you, but you actually have to specify what users and what roles they have. So click on new user. And let's see. Before you specify all of this, there should be the ability to like specify users through LDAP. Hold on, I'm looking it up. Map LDAP groups to Splunk roles in Splunk Web. Alright, all users are visible in the users page in Splunk Manager to assign roles in Splunk Web. System users and authentication access controls. So under settings. Let's see. Should be users and authentication access controls. Doesn't have that. About system users and authentication, is that a thing?
System users and authentication. And then underneath that, I have roles, users, tokens, password management, authentication methods.
Where is access controls listed here? They need to update their documentation because it's not pointing to the right place. All right. Is there a users and authentication section?
Users and authentication, and then authentication methods.
Okay. So their documentation says that there should be an access controls underneath that, but there is not. Go to authentication methods.
Oh, that's where we set to configure LDAP.
Yeah, we've already said that. Not the Splunk platforms, configure Splunk Web. ACL, go to users. When in doubt, reboot. He's absolutely right. So let's go to reload authentication configuration on this page to see if that needs to be done. And yeah, once that is complete, then we'll go to settings and restart Splunk.
I clicked on it twice. So
Okay. Yeah, so settings, and then under settings, there's server controls.
yep. Restart Splunk.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sure.
All right, so I guess what we want to do, somebody's saying like it's a local host thing, so I guess we'll access it from the domain controller next. So go over to your domain controller and then point to theubuntu port 8000.
Okay. Go to the domain controller and open up a web page there. Right.
Yeah, I
It
don't think
is.
that's true either, but we'll play ball. We'll play with what you're talking about.
At 8,000.
Yeah, port 8000. You might have to specify HTTP so it doesn't try to search it.
Okay.
There you go. So try logging in as Theo and Theo's password there. And I have no idea if case sensitivity matters, so you might want to specify capital Theo in case.
No.
Okay. And then the other thing is maybe it's FQDN, so Theo at painful.it. The only other version of this that I can think of is the painful / Theo. I don't think it would be that, but let's give it a shot. So it's the NetBIOS version of the domain. So it's painful and then / that's a / the other way around. And then Theo. Okay, didn't work either. Yeah, so the next move is to like do full uppercase for painful. Yeah, I would be surprised if that works. So it's still something within Splunk Enterprise because we know your domain auth works.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, let's log in as admin. There's still something I know that we have to configure in order to allow users. I'm just not sure what it is because Splunk's documentation seems to be lacking here. Let's see, practical users, documentation for setting Splunk. Find DN and password, user-based DN, group-based DN. So click under settings and let's see what's available to us in the settings menu here. Here it's saying something about access controls, authentication method. We already did all that. Maybe click on roles. We haven't done anything in roles yet. All right, so here are roles that are available to us. There's a user role, admin role. Let's do the admin role first. So click on admin. And I don't know if this is the right way to go about it, but this is what the admin role has rights to do on the server. There's indexes, restrictions, and resources. I don't believe specifying a user to a role is done here, so I think we can go back and then try to go through the users. I'm actually surprised because let me think here. So go to settings, and then underneath settings, let's modify the LDAP configuration. We're going to make a custom attribute to a user account in AD. So under authentication methods there, configure Splunk to use LDAP. Click map groups under actions. Okay, and then click on domain admins. Yeah, so under available roles, click admin. Let's make the domain admin both an admin and a user. Yeah, so move to selected roles. And then click on user as well so that they can actually use it. So they've got roles like specifically defined so that if you're like one type of user, then you can do some things, but like not search.
Okay.
For your use case, you want to select admin and user. So that'll allow you to both administrate and use the system. Okay. So here, Theo will now have access because you see under LDAP users there as administrator and Theo.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and click save in the bottom right.
What are the? Am I supposed to check these also, or
no?
Okay.
Because they're already selected, since you moved them over, those roles are now assigned to
Okay.
domain admins. So you see them on the right hand side: domain admins, roles, admin, user. So that should resolve our authentication problem. We should expect at this point to be able to log off and then log back in using some method. I think it's just like the username. You probably won't need the FQDN, but we'll see. Go ahead and log out, and then you'll log in as Theo and Theo's password.
haha? Okay.
And they're like swimwear. Magic and rainbows. Yeah, we knew it bound to LDAP because it said successful on binding. It's just that like you have to also specify particular user administration roles on the system. So it's bound, but the users are just like there waiting to be assigned to a role.
Okay, so in an attempt to like kind of go over this in my head, we initially signed in with the root, the admin, And then we had set up LDAP for authenticating users, authenticating domain users. And then we had settings that we had to, well, we had additional settings in the LDAP, which was a lot, which I got bits and pieces of that. But then we also had to set up, we also had additional settings within Splunk that would allow those additional users to authenticate using LDAP. So I mean, there was.
Yeah, I think Symmetrics is making a good point. Imagine a case where you have like thousands of users within an organizational unit within AD. Not all of those users are going to need access to Splunk, and so this is where Splunk offers you the capability to fine-tune those things. Even though you're specifying groups, it doesn't mean those, like, everybody in those groups automatically get access to Splunk.
Okay.
I believe that there's a way to set it up so that Splunk, if you have like a certain attribute set, like a custom attribute on certain users, like let's say there's a Splunk user attribute which you can set to true or false, or Splunk admin that you can set to true or false, that could allow you to do that kind of fine tuning, so that you're not doing this for like lots of different users in large enterprise environments. But now we got something funky going on, right? So like, why is Splunk on TheUbuntu? There's a solution to this problem too. So let's open DNS on your domain controller.
Okay. Hold on real quick though. I'm trying to understand why we feel that's a problem. And I'm trying to like get to it before you tell me, but.
Why you feel like what's a problem? Like logging into the app after you configure it for LDAP?
No, you mentioned, okay, TheUbuntu, you mentioned, why are we...
Oh, shouldn't it be called Splunk is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, so
okay.
let's call it Splunk.
Instead of having to do TheUbuntu, knowing that Splunk is running on port 8000. Okay.
Yeah. We want it to be called Splunk.
Okay.
Ubuntu is not the name of the application.
Okay.
You set an A record. Actually, this time we're not going to set an A record. We're going to set a C name. So log into your domain controller and pull up DNS.
Okay. I like have all these things open up because I've been in and out of them. DHCP, I haven't been. Okay. All right. Anyways.
If you maximize the window, Windows D is your friend.
What? There's maximize window.
Makes DCO one full screen and hit Windows D. It should minimize everything and take you to your desktop.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go. Now just pull up the thing that you want.
DNS.
There you go.
All right.
And so now we're going to set a CNAME record, which is different than the records that we've been setting. So if you right click, you should be able to set a new CNAME, new alias CNAME.
Okay. Another quick question here. If it's on Ubuntu, shouldn't I operate within TheUbuntu, or is it because TheUbuntu is domain has been added to the domain that we don't have to do that?
Not added yet. It's not added yet. We've just got it. Yeah, we've just got it as an A record.
As an A record. Okay. All right.
So here we're just kind of like doing some cosmetic work, right?
Okay.
So the fact that it's called TheUbuntu is not like a technical problem. It's just like an administrative problem. Like, why would anybody go to TheUbuntu to get to Splunk? We're going to go to Splunk to get to Splunk. So the alias name here at the top,
okay,
just call it Splunk. And then at the bottom where it says fully qualified domain name for target, click browse. and then yeah, select DC01.
Oh. Oof.
Be able to double click on it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Essentially, you're going to navigate to the forward lookups and then go find the Ubuntu. Yep, Painful IT.
Jeff DevNL, thanks for the follow. How you doing today?
Yep.
And then okay? Or, yeah.
Yep. Yep. Symmetrics is saying that I'm showing my age by telling you to hit Windows D.
Wow. That's what you got here.
All right, so pull up your browser window again and just change the Ubuntu to Splunk, and then it should.
Splunk at 8,000 or just Splunk?
Yep, Splunk at 8,000.
No shit. Wow.
You're there.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I was having trouble, like, I mean, this is a step further with CNAME, but I liked when we started adding A records and naming things what they were instead of me having to remember all the IP addresses.
Yeah, now it's just like a step beyond that. If you know you have like multiple application services running on the Ubuntu, then you're like, all right, well, I know that this application service is called, let's say GitLab, right? And it's running on the Ubuntu, but you don't want to call it the Ubuntu every time you access it, so you call it GitLab instead. And then the next move beyond this is the thing that we were doing with NPM. So like Nginx Proxy Manager, that's a reverse proxy where you start mapping host names to IP addresses and ports. So internally, you could map like all of these names, like Splunk 8000. Let's say you want it to be on 443 instead, and get like a Let's Encrypt cert. So like you could get that going so that 443 maps to Splunk 8000 internally, and then gets HTTPS instead.
I don't I don't get that. I don't know. I didn't understand that. So why? I don't even know the question to ask.
Why do we prefer HTTPS over HTTP?
No, I mean that makes sense. But
okay.
Is there not a way to
let you think about it and kind of formulate the question?
Okay, so I understood Nginx to be proxy and reverse proxying.
Yeah, so what problem does Nginx solve? Let's say that you have a bunch of different internal ports that are all on port 80, something like that. Let's say you have several different servers, they're all running some service on port 80, and then you want to expose a single front end that people can hit on your external router that will map different host names on port 443 and then forward that traffic internally to like whatever it is on port 80. Because like once it's inside of your network, like you kind of still care, but you don't really care, especially if you DMZ off your web services.
Okay.
That like the mapping between the external interface that's getting port forwarded internally to application services internally, you don't really care about the encryption between the router or the externally exposed port, which is encrypted, and then the application service
Mhm.
that's not encrypted. And so, like, typically you'll use npm or nginx to basically say, all right, if it hits me and says 443 and it's this host name, I want it to be port 80 on this IP. And then if it hits me and it has this other host name, I want it to be port 80 on this other host. And then you just kind of like map from the reverse proxy by host name. So the HTTP request will tell Nginx where that traffic goes.
Okay. Okay, I have a loose understanding of that.
Yeah, and some of the chatter about like best practice here is good chatter to think about, right? Like, so what I'm telling you is like one strategy, like DMZ off all of your web services that are externally exposed, and then you don't have to worry about generating certs for each one of them. Just generate the certs at the Nginx reverse proxy and allow HTTP traffic to the individual application services. So that's like one strategy. If you don't DMZ off your web services, then you've got another strategy to think about. Okay, we want to allow HTTPS all the way to the web server versus just hitting the Nginx proxy and then allowing it through with plain text.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll say what Jeff is saying, Jeff Dev NL, is that a lot of businesses don't allow that. I don't see a lot of businesses getting into the weeds there, but the real component of their advice that seems to be spot on is the configuration is tricky when you go HTTPS to HTTPS. It's like more convoluted than it needs to be. And so that's why you typically do HTTPS on the reverse proxy and then let it go through. Yeah, you're also generating a lot more certs than you need to, and cert generation tends to be a pain in the ass for IT admins. I don't know why, but it does.
Oh yeah.
It's one of those things when a cert expires and everybody's like, oh, I can't get to the fucking website.
Right.
Here we go again. root cert expired and everything's down. Here we go again. We couldn't possibly set cron jobs for that, could we? What's automation?
All right. Okay.
Well,
So,
cron
yeah.
jobs only get you so far. Like the other part of the problem is if somebody forgets to renew the root cert on the domain authority. And so let's talk about that strategy real quick since we're here and talking about it. So you can use your domain controller to set a cert authority. So let's start there. But the typical strategy, at least from what I've seen, is companies will do what's called an offline certificate authority. And this is your root CA. So your root CA then just issues intermediary certificate authority certs to the CA that's going to administer certs to the rest of your environment. So instead of having an online root CA that has the root certificate authority's key exposed, you just generate the key on the root CA, sign a certificate for the certificate authority or the controller that you're going to issue certs from, and then immediately after you've signed that CA's cert, take your root CA offline. And this is like a secure best practice because you're taking it offline so that nobody can capture your root key and then use it elsewhere. It also like does away with a bunch of complications that are situated around root certificate authorities, like the amount of time that you can issue a root certificate and all of that like comes into play. But you issue the certificate from the root CA, you sign the cert, to the certificate authority that's going to then issue certs to the rest of your environment. Essentially, it's federated in the same way that DNS gets federated. And for you, like, it would just be signed at your root. If you're one of these other services or one of these people that are lucky to serve in online environments or connected environments, then root CAs would happen at like some level outside of your organization. So you've probably heard of like VeriSign and some of these other like authenticated root CAs. And so you'd essentially like purchase one of those keys from them, and then they'd give you like a signed key that you would then pass down to the rest of your organization. But this is all in an attempt to solve that problem that's at the top left hand corner of your Splunk. If you see it, it says it's not secure. Right?
Yep.
So changing not secure to a padlock involves, one, using the right port and protocol, so 443, 8443, whatever, and HTTPS instead of HTTP. So that, at least from the server administration angle, involves generating a certificate signing request that you send off to the CA to have signed. The CA signs the certificate signing request and sends back typically some sort of cert, like an X509 PEM-based cert, that you'll then load in with the application service. So the web front end then grabs the signed certificate signing request, or the cert, and then uses that to serve up encrypted traffic to application users. And the real power move, if you're doing like administration, everybody's kind of like talking and hinting at here, is to the extent possible, automate the process of generating a CSR, sending the CSR off to the CA, having the CA sign the CSR, returning the certificate from the CA, and then loading it up into the application service. Like, all of those components can be automated. And you can set them up as cron jobs. You can do cron weekly or cron monthly or cron yearly, whatever. Yeah, this is a big problem with banks. If ever you don't see that padlock when you go to a bank, just don't do banking there.
I think Loaf and I went through what you're describing for the phishing server.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because I was trying to figure out a true red team engagement without any knowledge of certificates and setting up email servers. I was trying to do a true red team engagement and get past Microsoft Outlook and into email boxes. And
there's like two components of that are critical. One component of it is getting a signed cert. And then the other component of it is there's an email authenticity sort of protocol nowadays.
DMARC and DKIM and...
Yeah, it's another sort of federated system. And so, like, if an email comes from a place where it's not actually coming in as authenticated, so like my email is sean@seancomer.com, right? And so, like, if somebody wanted to spoof my email, they could send an email from sean@seancomer.com to somebody else. Like, it's easy to do that. The problem is it will come in to somebody else's inbox as spam or whatever, because it's not authentically me that's sending that email. Like, back in the 90s, I used to have like an application on my computer that could just like, I could pick a to and from email address and set them to whatever I wanted them to be.
And they would
Could
land.
be president at theus.com, right? And it would land. Yeah, if you look into the email system, like email server systems are very dumb in terms of the application service. Like SMTP, IMAP, all of the services that are situated around email are super dumb services. They don't do jack. The only thing that's like protecting you in those instances is that like authenticity checking that's happening. Yeah, SMTP is dumb as hell. It's just a sieve. It's a pass through. Yeah, so I wouldn't say, given the time that you have allotted, that we get into setting up certificate authorities today.
Yeah.
But if you want to get into that on another occasion, we can get into it. I
Yeah.
can show you how to set up a CA and sign certs and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But I wouldn't want to get into it today.
Nope. Absolutely.
I think we accomplished our initial goals. We taught a little bit about Active Directory administration. We kind of went through some configuration. We joined a new application to LDAP and authenticated as a user within that application. So
Yep. I had another.
all is working.
Yep. Another little refresher on Docker. Yep.
Just wait till we start talking about Kubernetes and pods, brother.
That's another one. That's another one that's on the list. But yeah. Yeah, this was awesome.
My understanding, I haven't messed around with Kubernetes too much, but like my understanding of Kubernetes and pods is just scaling out from the individual use case of a single container.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say you have like a group of containers that act in concert, and you have a large user base that accesses that, so that you load balance it, right? And in your load balancing, you set certain rules and thresholds that say, once I hit, X number of users, I want to horizontally scale my compute infrastructure. So instead of like adding more resources to an individual machine, what your strategy now is create more of them.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then load balance at the front end, and then sift off the traffic to hit each one of those pods.
Nice.
Yeah, you can do round robin. Like one of the solutions that I'm working on at work, since they don't have any HA on some of the services that I run, is to set up a situation where my load balancing is active passive on some application services. These are like small networks, but they have the same sort of core principles, right? So set up a reverse proxy with an active passive configuration for the application service, so that when users hit, they always hit the active application service, unless I'm doing maintenance. When I'm doing maintenance, then it should automatically roll over to the passive server, and that should take over as active while I upgrade the active server. And then the passive server, after the active one is upgraded, will then go offline for maintenance, and I'll upgrade that one. So the goal here is zero downtime maintenance. I had to do these things where I would get in touch with like the programmer users that were using the application and say, we're gonna have a 3-day outage so that I can get this data transferred over and get you all working on a new version of the application. In the future, my goal is zero downtime upgrades. Yeah, because Nginx is just so beautifully easy. I don't know, what other sort of reverse proxies do people use other than Nginx? That's the only one that I've actually like used or heard of in practice.
Apache can do that?
I think Nginx, Apache.
Are you fucking
The
around?
problem with Apache is
I
that
bid on
nobody
it.
wants to use it because of its like long history of just being so incredibly freaking vulnerable.
Honestly. There's one recently. Alive and kicking on Theo Ubuntu.
I mean, every application has like its own set of vulnerabilities, but why people tend to use Nginx over Apache, at least in like enterprise environments, is like the degree to which you see like very severe CVEs with Apache and see a lot fewer with Nginx. It's not that Nginx is flawless. There's no application out there that's flawless. They all have CVs that come out constantly. That's not the point.
It's
just the degree and severity of vulnerabilities that hit, you know, certain applications. Yeah, everybody's code is flawless.
Everyone's code.
Yeah, I've been
including
coding
AIs.
for like 2 days. I have secure coding practices, therefore my code is flawless, right?
Right.
I've thought of everything.
Yeah.
All right, I think this concludes our
Yeah.
Windows Server kind of walkthrough and intro. So
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you again, Tagora. I appreciate the time. Sorry I was late today again, but I appreciate your expertise and helping me out and going through this stuff a little bit at a time and helping show me a little bit more every time and getting up and running. It's helpful. I appreciate it.
yes, sir. Take it easy.
Too.
Later, chat.
That was X Hack the Planet, who over here, down that way, underneath me, is his username, and we'll do a shout out as well. If you ever see him streaming, definitely jump on. And he's often floating around the Discord. And other Discords as well, actually. We'll turn on TTS. I'm going to make another cup of coffee and then see what other kind of shenanigans we're going to get into here. I'd like to do, I don't know, I'll poke around a little bit on the server again, and then, I don't know, maybe hack the box or something.
Metric says, or more appropriately serial killer. Hack the Planet says,
I am Neo, follow the white rabbit.
Loaf says,
But it's mostly command line, XT.
Metric says, wasn't it Trinity who said follow the white rabbit? Technically.
She was, yeah. Yep, it was. Let's get rid of Discord here. Yep. Amazing. Yet another amazing person that I lean on. And I lean on a lot of people in the community. And if you're new here,
Loaf says,
True.
Diamionos, Jeff, Jaw, 1MIWQ. You gotta help me
Now
out there
take
with your
notes.
name.
Lots of notes. Bubble map your home lab setup.
Oh boy. Ooh. That sounds daunting. I could take up the rest of the stream.
Excalidraw your home lab.
Metric says,
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
get a hold of it now.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably not a bad idea. Oh boy. There's gonna be holes though, which is fine. I can keep adding to it, but I really should. Cause it is just beyond, like, it's almost beyond me keeping it
Or it
upstairs.
will become a monster. Hack says,
MS Paint your home lab.
Metric says, this paint is legit AF. Holes show you where you need to focus and learn.
I agree.
Holes are good. Hack the Planet says,
Better yet, set up Excalidraw in a local Docker container than Excalidraw on your local instance.
Metric says,
I have Excalidraw in
S your
Obsidian.
firewall. equals. Jeff Divnall says.
Use a ESP32 as your firewall.
Smetrix says. Better yet. Just install Excalidraw extension in Xcode.
ESP32?
Hey, I have an S32
I don't know
as
what
a
that is.
firewall. On my IAT cluster log.
Okay. So yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. That's probably not a bad idea. And I tell you what, this is helping because this is really helping, and because I'm in the middle of attempting to set up and
planet
build and
says.
plan for pen
Web
testing
link.
infrastructure on AWS. I started to do a little bit of build within Azure, but Bastion fees are ridiculous.
Jeff Divnall says.
Per request,
Smetrix says. 1.5s. Lol. Hack the Planet says.
Web link.
Smetrix says.
Wait, you're being serious?
Lol.
I have
Translated
Excalidraw
from Haitian
in
Creole.
within
Lol.
Obsidian already.
Jeff Divnall says.
Azure D equals.
Smetrix says. Okay, gonna let door goes out. Hack the Planet says.
Just don't run your Bastion 24/7. Easy.
Yeah, but even if we're using it, say we're on a week or 2 weeks to a month engagement. It just seems like there should be a Oh, that's cool. That's not real. Is that real? GoPro?
Madam Fabulous says.
Spin up, spin down, get good.
Okay, so where should I put this actually? I mean, it's all local information. So I could put it in my public repo.
Hack says.
I just leave everything running all the time.
Yeah, seriously.
Jeff Divnall says.
In case you need more.
Hack the Planet says.
Well, let's imagine for a given 2-week engagement. You can set rules in AWS/Azure to start the Bastion at 7 a.m. and shut it down at 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, then at least you're only getting charged for the business days.
Hack says.
Okay.
Then I do, not then. That wouldn't make sense.
So that may well, I got to run down this AWS first. Because there may be a service within AWS called AppStream that we can use, but I'm not sure about it yet. AppStream, I think, may not allow Linux direct access. So there may be like some kind of like a workaround that's available, which I think involves like a Windows EC2, which is their virtual machines, I believe, and then using that to put a Kali virtual machine on.
What do you need AWS for?
Hack the Planet says.
It's also secure best practice to not have your Bastion running all of the time, just because it's a pathway in.
Jeff Divnall says.
Why not just host a VM on your home lab?
Because the AWS or Azure infrastructure that I'm describing is for work. So we need a way for remote people to get to it. We need a way for people that are on site doing the test. And a little bit more background, it is going to be a one-stop, all-in pen testing infrastructure. So for external testing, internal testing, phishing, activity tracking, and reporting. Everything.
Jeff Divnall says.
How logical then.
Hax says.
You mean we're not doing port knocking anymore?
But let me get another cup of coffee. I need a quick break. We've been at it over 2 hours, which we got a lot done in 2 hours. Really did. Thank you again, Tagora / Hack the Planet. So
Jeff Divnall says.
I thought it was for learning purposes.
002 says.
So
Enjoy.
everything here that you're seeing, this is my host VM, Jeff, and thanks for asking the question. This is for this is my desktop, my personal environment. These machines down at the bottom, there's Theobuntu, Kali Prox, and the DCO1. That is all on my Proxmox server. Anything I'm talking about AWS or Azure related is going to be for work.
SSML error.
Hacks, thank you for the gifted sub. It was very kind to you.
THX Hacksonet.
Translated from Indonesian. Hax says.
Jeff is funny. I like you. Please stay.
Jeff Divnall says.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, like it doesn't take me long to just get it started. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, start the hot water, and then I'll get to bounce back up to brew it, and then I'll be right back down.
Jeff Divnall says.
So you hurt yourself at work by using cloud providers?
We need to have a
Hax
central
says-
location, a safe central location for pen testers.
I'm boycotting American things. So yeah, but I don't think it counts if I buy it for someone else.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Hax is from Canada. If that wasn't too much of a dox. All right. Be right back. Really, I'm not even going to put up the be right back screen.
Everyone knows I'm from Canada.
Jeff Divnall says.
I wanted to respond, but politics, I agree with him.
Hack the Planet says.
Emo, save your company money and security problems by just setting up most of it on a local hypervisor, then just peer your hacking info to AWS/Azure and use the Bastion to remote in when needed.
You can beat 'em all. Adventure's gonna take you into something brand new. So you better come through. You can beat 'em all.
Jeff Divnall says.
Yes.
Gotta put the time in, gotta put the grind in if you wanna be a hero. They'll only defeat you if you let the fear through. You know what you gotta do. Everywhere you go, danger's gonna find you. You can do what I do. You can learn to fight too. You can beat 'em all.
I like the lawnmower goes sure evolve of and respurners go ow.
Translated from Indonesian.
Sorry, couldn't hold it for one time.
Where you go.
Hack the Planet says.
And save additional money by setting up KVM as the hypervisor.
It's all come to this. It's your time to win.
Hack says,
Oh, so we're not doing Hyper-V?
You can beat 'em all. Be my ocean.
Hack the Planet says,
Nah, Hyper-V has license fees.
Jeff Divnall says,
Used to be a fan of SE but moved to Proxmox now. Because Broadcom kiss.
Hack says,
Good point. Run a Debian server with Incus containers. Done.
Jeff Divnall says,
At D equals. I've never seen ads on Twitch though. XD.
translated from Spanish. Hack the Planet says,
VMware is dead. Sorry Broadcom, you took a good product and made it bad.
Jeff Divnall says,
Also moved away from RabbitMQ because it is maintained by VMware.
Hack the Planet says,
Kafka now?
Hack says,
At work, we're looking to reduce our licensing cost of VMware. Since it's licensed based on cores and not sockets, we have the ability to limit the CPUs, since RAM is the real limiting factor for hosts for us. We can also throw more RAM into the host and reduce the number of hosts.
Jeff Divnall says,
It's blocking around 1.6 M host names XD.
Waking dream another lonely night. Your emerald eyes have got me hypnotized. Don't care where you're going and I don't care where you're from. Just here for the night.
Hack says,
I use PF blockering. I couldn't tell you how many things I am currently blocking, but sometimes I get websites yell at me saying you have an ad blocker. I'm like, yeah, and I can't disable it for just one device.
Don't ruin the illusion. Don't ruin the illusion. Don't care where you're going and I don't care where you're from. Just here for the night, I'm not looking for the one.
Hack the Planet says,
Gotcha. I've seen a lot of Kafka/active, not much Labin yet.
Don't
Jeff Divnall says,
Kafka is not really comparable to Rabbit in lots of aspects.
Hack the Planet says,
End of the day, it's all just pub/sub with maybe some slightly different syntax.
Jeff Divnall says,
Kafka is more for data streaming than for messages. It holds the data and each client uses pointers where it left off in Kafka.
All right. Let's draw this out.
Hack says,
Theo, are you super confused now?
No, not super confused. I'm slowly getting it. I really like being able to assign, well, I like the naming.
There was a lot discussed.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to get it all the first time. That's unless you're super brilliant.
Hack the Planet says,
I'm not going to get it all the time.
No, web link.
No. Like, I don't see what that's solving. Because it's already within Obsidian. And then my question is, well, how do you, after I create something in Excalidraw within the Docker container, like, how am I getting it into my notebook? So yeah, I'm not overly confused. It's just, it's a lot, and it just takes, a few passes to get it. But I really like being able to give something a name for what's running on an IP address. I really like being able to use users on the domain to log into services. That's very new for me. What was this? Why is it pinned? So there's a lot here now. Okay, so do I have oh, look, Home Lab.
Madam Fabulous says,
It just comes down to how you want to store it. I am with you that backing it up to GitHub is better than using a Docker container on your local network.
Backing up what? Backing up my notes? Now that may be something for, I think that would be, because I don't have anything exposed to the interwebs just yet. And I think I'm close to doing that. Number one, because I'm getting a new service provider, and I'll be able to put my own modem router. I'll be able to put my own router directly connected
Your
into
drawings.
So now, okay, so I think the next use case would be to host my notes on my own infrastructure and then serve it up to the internets, which is where
planet says.
Nginx.
I just set up the container locally. It actually took 2 seconds.
Jeff Divnall says.
If you are building something greenfield,
Don't know what
I
that
would use
means.
something like Ansible to manage the infra.
So Ansible's for automation, right? So I haven't even learned the basics.
Madam Fabulous says.
The other reason I like about using it in Obsidian is that you can keep drawing near the notes it relates to.
I mean, just for practice.
Jeff Divnall says.
Oh, sorry, I'm new. How far you are.
No worries. I just was explaining, and I didn't mean to come across as asshole-ish if I did. I reserve that for Symmetrics.
Madam Fabulous says.
There's exactly 0 value to putting it in a Docker container here, emo.
Other than just
Hack the Planet
practice.
says.
I actually think you just change where Obsidian links to, instead of web link.
I'm not sure if that's how it works. Where's it out here? 2. I thought we made this dark mode. Uh-oh.
There's some privacy and performance implications for using local versus Excalidra's instance.
Madam Fabulous says.
But the Obsidian plugin is local.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's just start with, I don't know what this is. Utility actions.
It's not the browser-based one.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's just start with devices. How's that sound?
Jeff Divnall says.
I have a desktop.
I'm old school, I'm still using Visual Paradigm XD.
Desktop, which is Whopper.
Hack the Planet says.
So Obsidian just loads an app locally. Got you.
We also have Proxmox. Proxmox server. Do we have a name for that too? We do now. Wait. We do, but we don't have that set up yet. Wait.
Hack says.
Only one Proxmox server? No cluster? I'm upset.
Yes. Only one. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry you have to deal with my simple ass.
Web link.
Did we do that? It's on my domain. Yeah, we did that. We set that up. It's on my domain.
The only thing we didn't do is configure npm to map port 80 to 8006.
What did I just do? Did I just screw myself?
Jeff Divnall says,
Rack servers are also not exactly silent, now have a tower server.
Hack the Planet says,
Do what I do, just throw it all in the closet.
Actually, yes, you should save this password. Cool. I'm surprised I didn't do that after we fit that up.
Hello. What are we doing today //
Hone Network. Oh, you're from on Twitch today. Not using Boogeyman? How are you doing? I'm good. Good to see you again. We are mapping my home network.
Jeff Divnall says,
A 2U rack server will not be tamed by that if it's fully loaded.
Fallen, good morning. Good time zone. How are you doing?
Fallen says,
Good morning. I've been lurking. 3.
Hack
Right on.
says,
1U even worse.
Hack the Planet says,
My cooling seems to be alright. The closet is a little warm, but I keep it open.
Deep Mid Network says,
I wish to build a setup as well, but need to get a few bounties first.
Okay. How have you been doing with bug bounties? You just using extra cash right now, or proxmox.painful.it. Excuse me. Is Whopper? Yeah, Whopper is.
Hack says,
The servers are great for the winter.
Deep Mid Network says,
I did report one to Microsoft a few days back. It is under review. Currently I am practicing on VDP. Any suggestions do you have for me? //
Did I know? I should probably know that acronym VDP, virtual desktop. Is that virtual desktop protocol? That's not a thing, is it?
Hack the Planet says,
Oh yay, I saved so much money in heating costs.
Right. What's VDP? So is this Whopper at Proxmox? Yeah. If this is Cali, I'm sorry, if this is proxmox.painful.it, then this is Whopper.painful.it.
The Pnid Network says,
Vulnerability Disclosure Program.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Well, good luck. Hope you get it.
It is like Bug Bounty Program, but they don't pay, so it is good for beginers.
Oh, so you are, you're just practicing. Whew, it's hot.
Yeah.
Right on. Right on.
What are you doing currently?
Mapping my home network. It is starting to get complex.
Like in generally, like preparing for some cert?
Hack says,
In general,
Complex?
my goals are OSCP study and building pen testing infrastructure in the cloud.
Hack the Planet says,
We should really set up your NPM. Though it may make sense to do the cert authority thing next before we fully configure NPM.
Sounds
Jeff
good.
Divnall says,
Sounds good.
My Proxmox server is like hosting 25 hosts or something. XD.
translated from Spanish. Fallen says,
When I set up Win Server 2022, I forgot to disable IPv6 after installing DNS and all my routines took IPv6, but when I disabled IPv6 routing just died. Had to clear cache, and then try and rediscover.
You know what? I
Grey
think
Hatter
we
says-
did that.
Can I tell you how I would have done it better?
Do what better? Yeah, you can tell me whatever. Tell me, sure. Gray Hatter, how you doing?
Hack the Planet says,
I've got 80 VMS and 12 containers on my Proxmox cluster, I think.
Grey Hatter says,
Spin up a server. I'm bimodal.
You can tell me how you would spin up a server better? Sure. Okay. So as it relates to like devices that I'm using, that's it. I mean, I have laptops, but I'm just using them for browser access.
Jeff Divnall says,
Ask Chad to spin up a server. Duh.
Hack the Planet says,
Yay, it's not just me. I've got like 3 to 4 others using my infra.
Grey Hatter says,
I think you're too concerned with security.
The Pnid Network says,
WTH is cursed to Ubuntu.
Grey Hatter says,
That is
concerned
another
with wrong
project that what I would like to do is open it up to anyone, chat especially. But I can't do that until I have more control over my network, which is going to come at the end of the month when I'm able to switch internet service providers and put my own router
Hack says,
directly connected to their
Ubuntu is gross.
Hack the Planet says,
Well, I'm not going to use 72 cores, 288 gigabytes of RAM, and 20 terabytes of storage.
Sub-concerned with wrongly afraid, Grey Hatter? You think I'm concerned with security about what? My local? I mean, a little bit, but if you're talking about the pen testing infrastructure in the cloud, that's for work.
Grey Hatter says,
I want a text-to-speech to obey the way you should pronounce as/concerned/wrongly afraid.
So as for
A big
hardware,
portion of this is also a rhetorical you. I get the sense you're copying what everyone does, who doesn't understand security.
Hack the Planet says,
Each node is 2496, 2 by 48 sticks of RAM.
Grey Hatter, if you're talking
Grey
about
Hatter says,
But, you understand security, you can do it correctly without all the painful, to me, layers of abstraction.
I'd like to think I have a good grasp of security, but, and I say this a lot, the gaps in my networking knowledge come back to haunt me.
Jeff Divnall says,
You should learn Vlon Salsa soon.
Grey Hatter says,
But, I'm concerned. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yep. Okay, so
Maybe
how
I
do you
just have more confidence in you than you do.
No, I think I'm getting better. But like when I'm around I think this is good advice for anyone, but if you're around smarter people than you, then in certain areas, like the best thing you could do is listen. And then, you know, if something gets a little too in the weeds, ask questions, which is what we did today, setting up Splunk in the Docker container.
Which is why I'm pushing to you join me up here, smile.
Generically, join you up here, which is where you at, in the cloud? So we're gonna make something. Where is let me just make a cloud a circle, or not cloud, the internet.
I'm up here with the people who believe you're better than you believe you are.
I appreciate that. I'm just my thank you for that. My brain is just like I seize on. I recognize if I don't understand something, and if I don't have like a basic grasp of something, like it's hard for me to make the connection onto something else.
You want to do things correctly, and I get that.
Yeah.
But don't let that stop you.
No, I won't.
You need to want to do it more than you want to not mess it up.
Yeah, I've gotten better at that, and I agree with you 100%. I've gotten better at that. I've gotten better at that. I agree with you.
Less than 3.
The problem with cloud is it's so effing expensive. Like, if you don't pay attention, like, you will freaking like rack up some serious charges. Which is why I'm very hesitant about doing much of anything until I have a basic understanding of the platform. I was able to get there with Azure, but now I'm going to do the same thing with AWS. I'm sure my boss is watching usage.
At the same time, some of us have a good understanding of where Theo is, noting that he has other things going on in his life. Just because he's capable of doing so, doesn't mean he is in a position to dedicate the time to be his best in this one area.
I would love to. I would love to. Agree. Yeah, I agree with you, Hacks.
Jeff Divnall says.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Agreed.
Hack the Planet says.
For what it's worth, being good at IT is all a confidence game. Once you understand, you gain confidence. Once you have confidence, you feel enabled and empowered to do more and
Agree.
faster.
Agree.
Hatter says.
Like this
That's exactly my point.
naming stuff is freaking awesome.
A DigitalOcean droplet is for USD6, and it'll never cost you more than that. You can't get burned by it.
I have a VPS also, actually. That's where I did the evil Jinx presentation from. But for this AWS Azure pen testing framework infrastructure in the cloud, it's for work. I can't put it on a droplet. And if you're talking generically, I wasn't trying to get specific.
Madam Fabulous says.
Your salary is more expensive than the usage for you. Don't worry about usage, just make an earnest effort and your boss will be okay with it. Emo.
Grey Hatter says.
I don't use Docker on my droplet.
I mapped a lot of it out.
Jeff Divnall says.
I guess I'm more of a knowledge guy. When I understand more, I feel myself dumber, because I learn more what I didn't learn. Frown.
Grey Hatter says.
Yeah, for Hackms you shouldn't drop that on info you care about.
Yep, that's why. Jeff, I guess I'm more of a knowledge guy. When I understand more, I feel dumber because I learn more what I didn't learn. You're gonna encounter that always, though. Like, I think the more that you learn, the more that you realize, like, the more you learn, you realize how much there is to learn out there. Like, don't let that feel bad.
Literally describing Dunning-Kruger.
Philosopher. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up on the screen. I don't think there's anything on here, and I'm still doing this.
Which is why I had to prefix the whole thing with tell you how I'd do it better, and I didn't get to say, you should do it the way I would do it.
Jeff Divnall says.
Yes, it's a philosopher.
Grey Hatter says.
Because different goals.
No, not that one.
Theo, there's no way you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
No, I don't.
D.
But you said I described it. Did I get... Yeah, I'm one of the 10,000. Right?
Web link.
I'll click on that.
Jeff Divnall says.
But I'm one of the
But I
10,000.
learn mostly by settings goals.
I think
and then
we
working
set
and
that
learning
up as
to
a...
archive that goal.
Grey Hatter says.
Yes.
I swear we talked about this.
No, we haven't. I'll click on that.
Jeff Divnall says.
Setting.
Hack the Planet says.
Dunning-Kruger is where people with limited knowledge overestimate their capabilities, but what we're describing is different. We're describing a scenario where people gain capability and feel enabled and empowered to do more. So, literally not DK.
Hack says.
I have to run someone. Not sure if you'll be here when I get back. Keep the riffraff in line for me.
Oh, I can't do that. That's a never-ending battle. Thanks, Hacks. Thank you for stopping by. Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities.
Grey Hatter says.
I'm the opposite.
X hack the planet X no. Theo had said the more you learn, the more gaps in your understanding you see.
Yeah, that.
Hack says,
I'm talking to the chat, not you. Keep Theo in line.
Madam Fabulous says,
The overapplication
I'm
of
the
DK
riffraff.
is DK in and of itself.
That tracks. Some researchers also include the opposite effect for high performers, their tendency to underestimate their skills. In popular culture, the Dunning-Kruger effect is often misunderstood as a claim about general overconfidence of people with low intelligence, instead of specific overconfidence of people unskilled at a particular task. Okay. I think I get that from the beginning here.
Jeff Divnall says,
Help, that sounds like it. Infinite loop D equals.
And I don't think that's where Grey Hat is coming from.
Grey Hatter says,
So, the more you know, you start doubting yourself.
I don't know if I'm... Okay, I know you're not saying me specifically, but I'm just taking that and saying, I don't think I doubt myself. I've implemented or attempt to implement so many things recently that I realize you can't just jump into it. Like, there's certain instances when like you should start. But I think I'm at a point now where it's beyond beginner, and this attempt to go from intermediate to I guess somewhat advanced is like there is a fair amount of basic knowledge
Hack the
about
Planet
something
says,
to make that
Doubting
step.
oneself is different than being keenly aware of one's own limitations.
And I've run into that limitation of that base level networking. I've run into that multiple times. I wish UC would have put me through something like that. Yeah. And I'm not looking back and pointing the finger. Like I am where I am now, and I own that.
Grey Hatter says,
What I will say, Dunning-Kruger is like all cognitive biases. You should be aware of them, and then aggressively attempt to counter them, because that's the only way you can escape them.
Agree.
Jeff Divnall says,
Just have fun.
Hack the Planet says,
I'm a CCNA certified instructor.
Then what the hell are we doing, Tagora? Sounds like I need a deep dive. Okay, so this is, I'm just want to proof this real quick. It's 2 pages. I lied, 3 pages.
Jeff Divnall says,
We don't see your screen, BTW.
I know. I need to make sure I use this for work research, and then make sure I wasn't doxing something. So this is a general infrastructure in AWS Cloud. So I asked ChatGPT or your favorite AI to help me bridge the gap from what I know about Azure to AWS to help start to build that infrastructure. So I was using VNets in Azure. I should be looking at VPCs in AWS. VMs in Azure are Amazon EC2s, which I thought, because I used it a little bit, they were light sale. So I have to look into that. You can use Amazon AppStream 2.0 for stream, desktop, and apps. AppStream is available in GovCloud, which is what we're using. I used static public IP addresses in Azure. Use elastic IP addresses in AWS. Use AWS resource tags instead of Azure resource groups. use Amazon ECS, Elastic Container Service, or an EC2 instance for container/VM based services. Okay, so containers.
Okay.
Use AWS launch templates, auto scaling groups, AWS CloudFormation to spin up and spin down resources on demand. So to minimize, eventually, after all this has been built out, I want to be able to spin this stuff up and spin it down. Like if we're done with a customer and a client, we're done with their assessment, wipe it all out. To bring down costs. Okay, so the external pen testing environment, we need one
Grey
VPC.
Hatter says,
So, you should know that your human 1.0 wetware will tell you, you're less competent than you actually are, because humans are buggy.
Jeff Divnall says,
Somehow all the namings of cloud things cause me to cringe.
Hack the Planet says,
Just say the word, I can put you through a 6-week course to get you fully confident. Unfortunately, it would be 240 hours, and you kind of need to be able to lean on someone.
Grey Hatter
That's
says,
no problem.
The best kind of people are the people who care about doing things correctly. They're disproportionately affected by this bias. Jeff Divnall, I mean. Everything cloud scale feels cringeworthy to me.
Jeff Divnall says,
My biggest
Thanks for
problem
that, Grey
with
Hatter.
cloud is cloud vendor locking.
Grey Hatter says,
Why?
Oh, I missed the question.
Hatter
What did I
says-
say?
Jeff Divnall, everything cloud is just Apple's motto. Make it appear hard, and trick people into never learning there's something better.
So,
Madam Fabulous says,
I mean, you probably want to retain the instance but spin it down. Storage is cheap relative to usage.
right. So I'm not sure if I put that in here too, but yeah, we would need some kind of like persistent storage for things that we do want to keep. Tagora, the problem is I have to knock this OSCP out, and I don't have an additional 6 weeks. But after that, I think it'd be I think it would be an excellent idea, an excellent idea to do that and to stream it.
Grey Hatter says,
What Cypher Enigma said is why I asked why.
Jeff Divnall says,
But why not spin up a VM with Docker? Wouldn't that be cheaper than this?
So, like, so I'm speaking from something that I don't understand, Cypher and Grey Hatter. Whatever minimizes the cost. It doesn't have to wipe it out and zero it out, but I would need to be able to spin up or spin this infrastructure down, whatever that looks like, to minimize cost. So maybe not all of it.
Grey Hatter says,
I wouldn't do this in a cloud anything. I'd have a pen test image, and use that as a jump box.
So are you talking about internal testing or external testing? For internal testing, that's going to have to be a jump box for the remote testers and a laptop for me. External pen testing environment is one VPC named whatever for all the traffic. Oh no,
I
a
wouldn't do any-
VPC. We are, and I don't have the knowledge to debate it. That's what the boss wants.
Grey Hatter says,
My internet image, laptop, would nearly match my internet image.
Virtual private cloud for pen test. One elastic IP shared across most traffic using a NAT gateway. That what we want is we want all the traffic for the external pen testing VMs coming from one IP. Separate EC2 instances. So 2 of them, one for an on-site tester and one for a remote. And there may be more than one remote, but we're just starting with those two.
Jeff Divnall says,
But if the boss wants this, get him this. Most of the time if manager has public cloud in his head, you can't get it out easily.
That's not the argument. The argument is having the same infrastructure, the same, I don't know how else to describe it, the same infrastructure for internal testing activities and external testing activities. Cost control guidelines. I think this is low unless they measure it some other way. A T3A Nano or Micro is $4 to $8 a month. I don't think that's going to be enough to support a Kali VM, which I'll look at. Use EBS GP3 volumes for better cost performance balance. I don't know what that is. I got to look into that. Shut down EC2 instances when not in use. Snapshot volumes for stateful storage. So I think that's what that is saying is that shut it down, but use
Jeff Divnall, right.
storage.
But if you're good at your job, you can do both. They have a language they want to use, and you're right, you should use that language. But that's just how you describe what you deliver. It will be. Or, I should say it could be.
Jeff Divnall says,
I've had customers where they wanted to say it is hosted on Azure.
I'm heading down a dark road.
AppStream, and this is what I just got into. Create custom AppStream images for your pen testing tools. Create fleets for on-site and remote testers that only run during business hours or on demand. So I don't believe AppStream
Put up a fight. But my heart always ends up back on my
Grey Hatter says,
Oh, that's different. That's not cloud, that's provider. That's often because it's much easier to pay an existing company than it is to do all the work to start paying a new company.
Hack the Planet says,
If you have the ability to do so with your boss, it'd be worth comparing the capex of doing a local solution plus peering versus the 3-year OPEX costs of using the cloud.
falling to pieces.
Capex's cloud environment versus on-prem.
Grey Hatter says,
I wouldn't underweight the cost of spin up and tear down on new people.
AppStream
Madam Fabulous
2.0
says,
only supports.
CapEx equals capital expenditure.
Thank you. AppStream only supports Windows-based application streaming. You can't install AppStream agents on a Kali Linux EC2 instance and stream that session like you would a Windows desktop. But we can still use AppStream. You know what? AppStream.
Hack the Planet says,
Capex equals capital expenditure. If you buy equipment to use locally, OPEX equals operational expenditure. If you lease from the cloud.
Madam Fabulous says,
Basically the one-time cost of buying a server. Then the variable costs of running it.
I don't know which way I should turn. There's no clear sign now. It's just a ghost town. City feels like home. Now I don't hear a sound. The silence speaks.
Is this an Amazon thing?
I can help with a NPV if you ever want to get finance. Why about it?
Insect says,
Thank you.
What painful IT you working on?
Oh, you missed it.
Grey Hatter says,
You missed it.
Jeff didn't it's reasonable
MSEC.
to assume he thought it would be more sellable because people are looking to reuse the companies they already use / pay for.
Ooh, MSend. Not MSend. I can type.
Lol.
Oh, I have to wait now.
It draws MSEC.
Translated from Dutch. Jeff Divnall says.
Microsoft Education.
We are in the middle of two things. One, I'm going to finish up mapping out my network infrastructure, and two, I'm looking at planning, building pen testing infrastructure in AWS.
Hack the Planet says.
What the F is the internet?
Okay, it is a AWS thing only.
Grey Hatter says.
It's a series of tubes.
Use
Hack the
cases.
Planet says.
It is indeed a series of tubes.
Jeff Divnall says.
That can be cut when people are angry.
Grey Hatter says.
And if you don't understand that these tubes can be filled, that you can't just dump stuff on them.
Insect says.
The tubes are filled with hamsters that carry messages to the ends of the tubes.
They're very fast. You would normally think of a hamster like waddling. No. You can't even see their legs move. That's how fast they are.
Senor Bomba says.
What's up, my dude?
Senor
Planet says.
Gomba.
Depends if the hamsters stop to dance.
Grey Hatter says.
You get faster with ferrets.
They're more
Jeff
streamlined.
Divnall says.
That tracks.
So Firewall are just cats eating the hamsters?
Grey Hatter says.
RFC 2549 is even faster than that.
I'll click on that.
Web link.
I've seen this. IP over avian carriers with quality of service. Is that new?
Hack the Planet says.
Is that the avian carriers?
Love it. Yep.
Jeff Divnall says.
There are more proposed standards like this.
Hack the Planet says.
The standard is fully documented. It's just another layer 1 technology.
Jeff Divnall says.
The latency is horrible though.
Insect says.
What's the prison wallet RFC?
There's a prison wallet one.
Jeff Divnall says.
Web link. Best standard ever proposed.
Hack the Planet says.
That honestly should be documented.
Yes.
It's a standard solution for signal data transfer.
Yep. Hypertext coffee pot control pot protocol.
Hack the Planet says,
1 second need to send an HTTP GET request.
Nice.
Jeff Divnall says,
It would be fun that a coffee manufacturer implements this XD.
Sample applications: FreeCAD, Blender, Eclipse, Firefox, Math, Impress, Draw, Calc, and Writer.
Explode me, explode me. Give it all to me, give it all to me. Explode me, explode me. Give it all to me, give it all to me. Give it all to me, give it all to me. Give it all to me.
Hack the Planet says,
I mean, my Keurig uses some protocol, but I doubt it uses HTTP. Need to Wireshark the traffic to see if they did.
Right.
You make me feel like I've got dynamite inside. You make me feel so free.
I have one of the internet connected ones where I can kick off a brew cycle from my phone, so that would be exactly the use case.
Okie doke. AppStream 2.0 streams applications that can run on the following 64-bit Windows OS versions: Server 16, 19, 22. You can add support for 32-bit Windows applications using the World of Warcraft 64 extensions. If your application has other dependencies, such as the .NET framework, include those dependencies in your application installer. 2.0 also stream applications that can run on Rocky Linux 8.
Jeff Divnall says,
World of Warcraft XD.
So that's the problem. That's the problemo. So
Evilids.
you shouldn't have them.
I have no ads.
Yeah, but you're right. They were running. Yeah, that's the problem. So can I run Kali Linux within? That's the problem. You'd have to have Windows Server or one of these other Linuxes serving Kali Linux.
Based on this documentation, no.
What the shit? Come on.
This also sounds not really like a VM but an app platform.
It is. We need a way to we need a way to serve Kali Linux and RDP into them securely. It's using
Kali Linux is
4.5? Why? I have 4 selected.
So you need a VM.
Yes. But we need a way to securely RDP into them.
VNC plus VPN?
Translated from Finnish. Hack the Planet says.
Is
You
that
need one VM for each user of your team, or just one VM that all users can share?
we need one VM for the on-site tester and one VM for a remote tester at the moment.
Madam Fabulous says.
Or an instance per customer.
That too. But starting with the singular customer.
Jeff Divnall says.
But for sure this platform will not help you.
You mean AppStream? I don't know that. I think
Yes.
the workaround that I can picture is using, I don't even know if you can do this. I think Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8
Hack the Planet says.
and install
AppStream is for a different purpose.
Kali
it's not good
Linux.
for this use case.
Jeff Divnall says.
This is for things like running Excel, not Windows.
I know I hear you. We were looking for a different. We were looking for a different option besides Bastion because it's so expensive on Azure, and there's no other way to RDP in other than manually whitelist testers' IP addresses. We'd rather be just on the platform itself and use the platform like AWS or Azure to authenticate service users to the service.
Or if we're running burp.
Okay, so I'm going to dump this in here.
You need something like a gateway. To secure the access to the VMS.
Hack the Planet says,
Bastion isn't bad. You could actually script an AWS CLI command to start Bastion only when it's being used and stop the Bastion when you're finished with it.
Jeff Divnall says,
Kali Linux is a collection of apps, not an app.
I know, I hear you. I'm just letting you know what the boss said. Hey, this may be a solution for us. Check it out. And the more I read upon it, it looks like it's not going to be an option, even as a workaround.
It's not.
Madam Fabulous says,
Yeah, I think you're way too fixated on the costs of Bastion.
Put those links. I thought I put those links in here.
Jeff Divnall says,
Maybe if you run VirtualBox, then the app to run Linux if they enable VTX, but you should not do that. I'm joking, do not do that.
Why not? You can run one of the Windows servers, install VirtualBox on it, run Kali from there. I'm just going to jot it down. We can talk about it.
Madam Fabulous says,
A.
Hack the Planet says,
Yay, honestly, if you're going cheap and this isn't super resource intense, just set up a local hypervisor and VPC peer it to AWS.
Jeff Divnall says,
It's just a waste of resources.
Direct Connect?
Node RDP is a protocol specific owned by Microsoft.
Okay, right, but RDP or similar.
Hack the Planet says,
I want to get a kid's meal from McDonald's just for the Minecraft box.
Could do that. I mean, just go through the drive-thru, order, your meal, and get a Happy Meal. Right? AWS Direct Connect links your internal network to an AWS Direct Connect location. I don't think that's it.
Jeff Divnall says,
You need something like VNC or so for Linux based.
Amazon DCV is a high-performance remote display protocol. It lets you securely deliver remote desktops and application streaming from any cloud or data center to any device.
Insect says,
What you doing?
Hack the Planet says,
What's wild about XRDP for Linux is that it just enables a connection between XRDP and local VNC assessment.
Jeff Divnall says,
Lol.
No clue. MSEC, I'm going through the planning processes of setting up pen testing infrastructure in the cloud. And right now I'm looking at the external portion of the infrastructure. I'm looking at infrastructure for external pen testing. That includes 2 Kali VMs, one for an on-site tester and one for an external tester. No, they're going to be they're essentially the same, but delineated because they're 2 different people. And then
Hack the Planet says,
some way for them to connect to it.
So you can use RDP client from Windows, but it's just a portal into VNC when you remote into Linux.
Jeff Divnall says,
If you want it in cloud, you need VMS and some kind of access control.
Madam Fabulous says,
Is there any reason you aren't just using a single VM and 2 users?
I believe it's because we want to we want their individual we want what they're doing on 2 different VMs. Maybe. I don't know. It's a good question. Amazon DCV. By using Amazon DCV with Amazon EC2, you can run graphics-intensive applications remotely on Amazon EC2 instances, which sounds like what I could use. You can then stream the results to a more modest client machines, which eliminates the need for expensive dedicated workstations.
Jeff Divnall says,
I would also not do that if someone breaks it. We're both screwed.
Madam Fabulous says,
True.
To use Amazon DCV, install DCV server software on the server. The Amazon DCV server software is used to create a secure session. You can install and run your applications on the server. The server uses its hardware to perform the high-performance processing that the installed applications require. Your users access the application by remotely connecting to the session using a Amazon DCV client application. When the connection is established, the Amazon DCV server software compresses the visual output of the application, streams it back to the client application in encrypted pixel stream. The client application receives the compressed pixel stream, decrypts it, and then outputs it to the local display. Features of Amazon DCV. Shares the entire desktop, which is what we need for our Kali. Transport images only. Transports rendered images as pixels instead of geometry and scene information. This provides an additional layer of security. Supports H.264 based encoding. Supports lossless quality video compression. Matches display layouts.
Jeff Divnall says,
You need something like a remote desktop gateway, but then for Linux and Azure. AWS.
Right. Supports multi-screen. Ooh. Yeah, so here's the pricing. There's no additional charge for using DCV on an EC2 instance. You pay the standard rates for the instance and other Amazon EC2 features you use.
Insect says,
It's almost as if Kali has RDP support and you can just connect to the instance lol web link.
We want to be able to authenticate the users through Azure. Like, for instance, I can't show it, but I'm a admin on the Azure client, our Azure subscription. We used that to authenticate myself on AWS. So, if I'm understanding you right, yeah, I could do that. But I believe that we want to be able to authenticate through.
Jeff Divnall says,
That's like opening a RDP server to the public D equals. Brute force galore.
But is there a way to do that? So say I have a Kali virtual machine on AWS infrastructure. If I open that up,
Insect says,
You can use an IAM user and have security groups that restrict access to the EC2.
okay.
Wessel42 says,
Hi Leo, hope you're doing well. What is task you want to do?
Who the fuck is Leo? I know you meant Theo. Wessel. I'm well. We're working on pen testing infrastructure in the cloud. Okay. So if we use IAM user and have security groups that restrict access to the EC2, How do you get a remote session out of it? You're saying
Hack the Planet says,
If I were planning this, I'd probably try to map this out in Excalidraw or Visio, map out all of the alternatives and start crossing out the non-viable options as you discover they aren't viable.
I spent too many nights showing up at your place, and I gave you my heart from the start, but you pushed it away.
There are too many ways to do the same thing in the cloud, so you gotta strategize and document.
Guess I'm just collateral. It's right till it's wrong, and it sucks when you're gone. Feels so unnatural.
you know. That's what I was trying to do here. The problem is I don't know all the different ways.
Web link.
If you just try, you can make it all alright. That's what I need.
Jeff Divnall says,
It's called Zero Trust. Part of Zero Trust. Web link. Cloudflare has a service for that also.
Msek says,
Web link.
You say that it's hard and you swear that you tried, but I still feel alone on my own almost all of the time. Cause it's up and it's down and you're in and you're out. Look where you got me now. If you want me to stay,
Jeff Divnall says,
Yes, it sounds like you need.
around. I throw my hands up, beg on my knees, 'cause I need
Hack the Planet says,
What happens when you trust the Zero Trust? Are you really zero trusting?
Thank you, Kagora. Thank you. I'm glad that you have the guts to ask the tough questions.
that's what I need.
I'm counting one trust at minimum there.
Hands up, beg on my knees, 'cause I need some love tonight. Baby, you can
Jeff Divnall says,
Trolling XD.
make it
I expect nothing less in my community.
I spent too many nights showing up at your place, and I gave you my heart from the start, but you pushed it away.
Hack the Planet says,
Kind of, but so is the Zero Trust buzzword in the security world.
Wesel42 says,
Security groups are acts as virtual firewall and stateful firewall, so they operate at the instance level. We can control inbound and outbound traffic for specific instances.
Security group acts as a virtual firewall. The traffic that reaches the instance, traffic allowed by the security group rules. So I mentioned that, like when I had it set up in Azure, I just whitelisted my IP address. So can you do it by user? Four, really?
Whistle42 says.
Oh,
You cannot use user on security groups.
Hack the Planet says.
I'm 100% trust, and I just find the nearest toilet when I get hacked so I don't soil myself.
Whistle42 says.
You can only allow inbound and outbound traffic for specific instances.
yeah, I don't think he likes that. Because that's how I had it set up at first. Okay. So there's more here that I'm going to get to, but what I wanted to do before, while it was at least fresh in my mind, was finish up the home lab mapping.
Whistle42 says.
What is the first setup you looking for Shing server using session?
I don't know what you mean, Wessel. What is the first setup you looking for? SSHing server or using session? Are you talking about the Kali machine? Kali machine, we want the full desktop display. That makes sense? Okay, so Proxmox has, I don't know where to put all this stuff. So let's just leave it out there and then we'll pull it together. So within Proxmox,
Jeff Dignan says.
He wants VNC-like solution to access the machine, and grant a per user access control to the machines.
let's move you here. Let's look at your Proxmox. Yeah, actually, this did not work out too bad. Okay, so let's Kali. Does this take indents also? It does. Yeah, Skeletraw. Kali. Theobuntu. God, the domain controllers on Proxmox. I can't go down that rabbit hole of like trying to suss that out. Vibe. What is that? What does that shortcut mean? Vibe. Or command. Theobuntu. TCO1.
And vibing to the music.
Oh, it's down here in the corner. Highway
Not
88.
vibe coding D equals.
I mentioned that in my talk, and they all looked at me like, "F you, security guy. What do you think? Where do you get off telling us that we shouldn't be vibe coding?" The room got real quiet when I said that. I'm going to try to find that actually. NPM and Ubuntu.
I'm a programmer also. I hate it, because it created a lot of security vulnerabilities when people just trust AI.
That. I can't remember where I said it though. No, it's going to take me too long to find it. I can't. Anyways, that's what I said. I mentioned, I forget how we got on the topic of it. And I asked, it was AI. I think it was at the beginning.
Try to map the plan first.
This is my network. This is a different gear now. Not a different gear. This is a different thing that I was trying to accomplish today. It'll be the last thing. Is my home network.
Infrastructure, then do other things.
Right? That's everything that's on there. That's all I want right now is just what's on there. Okay. All right, what about Whopper? What's on my desktop? What should I put on? What's on my desktop that's Oh, you know what's on here, actually? Is this where Sync Things starts? Yeah. I mean, they're all connected now, actually. But I think it started here. I think I should include it. What else is on here? I mean, what do I have running right now? I mean, gosh, it's just a bunch of browsers. OBS, probably.
Wapinoon says,
Oh, there's a Windows Server 2025. I wonder when that was released.
Opinion. Recently, I think. How you doing, Whoop? OBS.
2025?
Jeff
Yeah.
Divnall says,
Last year, right?
I don't know. I don't know when it was released.
Wapinoon says,
Hey Theoxy.
Jeff Divnall
Good to
says,
see you.
November 1st, 2024, 5 months ago.
Edge. Voice mod. Obsidian.
Fleet 4 Fleet
Sync thing
says,
for Obsidian Source.
translated from Swahili. Hack the Planet says,
It was probably released in 2024, hence 2025.
Wappy Noon says,
Windows best before dates are like milk these days.
Fleet 4 Fleet says,
Epic.
Fleet for Fleet. How you doing today? Thanks for saying hello. What's Epic? OBS.
Jeff Divnall says,
Windows has already expired on release.
ChatGPT is just a service. Discord's just a service. I don't think there's anything detrimental. Anything else detrimental that is like part of the desktop. Yankee, I can get rid of that shit. Install. And Steam is just Steam games. I've moved a majority of like documents and like videos and stuff onto a backup drive, so that's not a big deal.
Hack the Planet says,
Cool, so basically Whopper can be re-imaged to Rural or Rocky, no problem.
I mean, I think it could, honestly. I've really gotten to a point where I'm just using browsers for a lot of the stuff I need.
Wappy Noon says,
I'll have a Whopper with fries, please.
Name the movie. WOPR. Right?
Steady on, Jeff, I only just met you.
Yes. So look, anyone new, and I know you're just joking around, anyone new, chat is off limits to chat. Only positive, good vibes, encouraging community here. However, if you feel the need to itch to troll or make fun of someone, that's why I'm here. You can make fun of my big pointy nose. Look at that thing. So sharp. It's sharp as my mind. You
Jeff
can
Divnall says,
make fun of me for being old.
translated from Spanish.
You can make fun of
I
my
didn't mean that.
my unkept beard. Yes, thank you, Madam Fabulous.
Wappy Noon says,
We did, it was funny.
Yeah.
Jeff Divnall says,
For sure.
Yep. I just reminding anyone that's here or anyone who's new, them's the rules. And why do we do that,
Madam
chat?
Fabulous says,
Your unkempt beard.
Hack the Planet says,
We don't need ideas, we have plenty of our own.
Wappy Noon says,
That winter not
My
found.
fault.
How you doing today? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the follow.
Wappy Noon says,
Burger King jokes.
Winter Not Found says,
07 hello.
Jeff Divnall says,
This scene swap makes my dizzy.
Sorry. I'd like to at least say hello to like new people like that. Transition. I have slide, cut, Fade? What is fade? Ooh, that's fancy. How's fade? Maybe a little bit faster though. 500, yeah, 500 milliseconds. We like that. Then we have swipe, slide, and stinger. What is a stinger? Nothing. It just cuts. Slide, I think, is what we've been doing. And swipe. It's the other way? Is that what slide and swipe is? Oh, okay. One slides in front of the other one. All right, let's do fade.
Jeff Divnall says,
I think so, XD.
All right.
Winter Not Found says,
I stumbled across you in my recommended. Currently setting up a new server after discovering a root crypto miner on the previous. Self-hosting isn't as easy as I used to think.
Okay. What'd you learn? Did you figure out how it got on there? And thank you for letting me know how you found me. I appreciate it. You've stumbled into a great community, in my opinion. I may be partial to it, but thank you. And let us know if you have any questions. If I can't answer it, someone in chat smarter than me can answer it.
Jeff Divnall says,
I hope it was not on a network.
This is a little bit about
Your
me.
own.
I don't see anything else off. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head that's in Whopper that I would need to put on this map. Who's that? Oh,
Jeff Divnall says,
A Burger King background.
Winter Not Found says,
I did. It got in through the Portina region. First time I've had to try figuring out something like that. Luckily it's not a server on my network.
I'll turn off Discord notifications. Sorry.
I did not. I've had certificates set up since I first got it.
The newest update with Discord has turned it a little slow. It's a little laggy.
Jeff Divnall says,
It's Electron, it's always slow.
Wappy Noon says,
I thought it was just me. Have you tried the PTB?
Winter Not Found says,
100% agreed.
Would you
tried
just call me?
fixing something that wasn't. She broke.
I like the different spacing. That's nice. But it's obviously slower.
Aquafunk says,
I always run better Discord, so I assume it's just one of my plugins.
Aqua, how you doing? They incorporated, though, also the end-to-end encryption for chat and voice.
Tynan says,
Did I miss the Tecmo Bowl tournament again?
That was a good one. Oh, it's not, it hasn't been playing any of my alerts. So I've been clapping like a moron all by myself.
Objectiveness
It was
says,
a good one.
Chinese and end-to-end encryption,
Tynan, how are you?
Hack the Planet says,
They want the DoD to choose their platform instead of Signal, I guess.
Wappy Noon says,
You can run the PTB alongside the regular Discord to see if it will get fixed in the next version by comparing the two.
What is PTB?
Tynan says,
Busy cleaning all morning, got guests coming later.
We have a great
Objectiveness
clip
says,
of me
Public test
sniping,
build.
hard scoping Tynan as Tynan was diving across my screen. I was hard scoped, and I sniped Tynan.
Wappy Noon says,
Public test beta.
Thank you.
Objectiveness says,
I guess.
Okay, I don't think anything else is here.
Wappy Noon says,
Build.
I think even OBS. Oh, poop. You know what I did? That needs fixed still. I'm not going to do today. All my OBS artwork and information, all my artwork for that overlay and pictures and everything is in Microsoft's one cloud.
Tynan says,
Team killer. That wasn't very democratic of you.
Objectiveness says,
What are you jumping in front of my scope
No.
for? That's rule number 1 in
Hack the Planet
Helldiver's
says,
Handbook.
Public test beta is like the self-driving feature on Tesla cars.
Anywhere I go, every step I take, it's a constant reminder.
Tynan says,
Didn't call line of fire, I was traveling to the objective.
Always hang to me.
I was so hard scoped. I was hard scoped on that bruiser that was running towards us.
I look into the mirror.
It was too late. By the time you dove and I shot, it was too late. I'll never do that again.
Breaking free, leave it all behind.
So like I feel like there should be more here.
Poison.
Hack says,
I got an email saying one of my SSL certs expires in a month.
Plenty of time. You don't even gotta worry about that. Plenty of time. You have time to forget about that and remember. Oh, it didn't read it. How come it didn't read it?
I'm under control.
Senor Bombar says,
It's not the Helldiver's fault who happened to be where he threw the Stratagem.
Hack says,
Knowing me, I will renew is like 2 days before it expires.
Hack the Planet says,
My employer starts sending me daily emails to reset my password 60 days out. That's like 60 garbage emails, man.
Man,
Tynan says,
forever away.
Oh. I almost got scammed / fished the other day.
Hack says,
60 days? What the fridge?
I would love to hear that story. If you almost got scammed. I think you're pretty savvy. So it must have been a good one.
Tynan says,
Got an invoice email saying that there was going to be a $350 charge to my PayPal account with a screenshot.
Ooh. Did you already delete it? For what? What was the charge for? I've gotten that before too. And the first one is like, wait a minute. So many questions. Did you
It was some gun shop. I flagged it as spam. Not sure I can retrieve it.
It was a gun shop. Okay. So what made you almost fall for it?
Aquafunk says,
The perks of finally nuking your PayPal account.
Tynan says,
The amount. Almost clicked on the link to check my account directly from the email.
Wapinoon says,
Clever, who's going to complain to a gun shop owner if you're not well armed?
Like I said, I've read and I've told people this before. Those things are meant to short circuit your normal reasoning, like thought process. And for everyone, it's different.
Jeff Devmo says,
Tynan says,
I almost never make purchases over $50.
Hack the Planet says,
You know who has guns nowadays? Talk to GoPro.
Hack says,
I can't get anything without spending over $50 these days.
Jeff Divnall says,
Has someone pre-ordered that overpriced Matrix display yet from Flipper?
Hack the Planet says,
He lives in California and doesn't even have a concealed carry permit for those guns.
GoPro.
Tynan says,
But I hate using most phone apps, so I jumped on my PC and logged into my PayPal directly only to find no transaction like that pending or otherwise.
Spectacular. Spectacular process, Tynan. You should be very proud. I'm very proud of you. Spectacular. Never click on links in emails. Never click on links in emails. If you have something fishy like that, pause, log in directly to your account. Spectacular. That thing's been using 4.5.
Hack says,
Even though I say 4.
Also, never click on links in Twitch chats.
Yeah, that's wise. I wouldn't either. Especially this one. Especially this one.
Hack the Planet says,
It's weird, I didn't see the fraudulent charge when I logged in directly, so I had to click the link in my email to see the charge.
Jeff Divnall says,
Never gonna give you up.
Madam Fabulous says,
And certainly don't make it a part of your branding.
Definitely. But just in case anyone forgot, I click on anything. Anything.
Jeff Divnall says,
Web link. Anything?
Hack says,
I don't even have the internet or a computer or a phone, so I can't click on anything.
Madam Fabulous says,
You should pipe some more B64 to bash.
Okay, gang. Fantastic day today. Yep. Fantastic day. I went a little bit longer than what I wanted to, but we got more accomplished. We got more accomplished. Jeff, thanks for hanging out and being here and meeting us all. Thank you.
Jeff Divnall says,
THX for stream.
Yes, Daddy.
Hack says,
You know the one thing that would make this day better?
What's that,
What you mean
Hacks?
says,
THX for Strim.
Thanks for stopping by, Whoopinion. We're gonna raid
Hack says,
0 day
Someone
3301.
would send me a Raspberry Pi.
I deserve that.
Tynan says,
I deserve that.
Take care.
Yep.
Jeff Divnall says,
That's lore. That's Hacksnet Theo lore. Who we're not going to go into. But I owe Hacksnet a Raspberry Pi. 4. 3? 4. So, catch the raid. If you like what 0 day 3301 is doing, drop them a follow. But let's catch the raid and tell them hello, please. Okay?
Hack says,
At this point in time, I don't remember. It was a year ago.
Jeff Divnall says,
He just waits until it's cheap.
Hack says,
It was years ago.
See you all later.
Seribot says,
Have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care of yourself.
Will do. Please use raid messages. Let's be friendly and meet 0 day. Hacks, Loaf, Supergermal, Aqua, Cypher, Madam
Simon
Fabulous,
says,
Dr. Wolf,
Tecmo Bowl next time
Ragano.
for sure.
I could play some Bojacks in Tecmo Bowl. Fallen, Gaming Golfer, Happilico, Jeff, Tynan, Wessel, Winter Wonderland, thank you for the follow. Whoopinion and Tagora. Have a great day. Thanks you all for hanging out.
Hack says,
Wow. Stream Elements is broken.
Yep. Hey, remember, if you got that thing that you've been meaning to work on, let's get started on it today. Today will be the youngest you'll ever be.
I'll start on it tomorrow.
We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. No.
Jeff, did you already lost focus?
Hey, thanks for the raid, man. What's up?